Starting in three, two, one, go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another program of La Cena Musicale Tête à Tête. I cannot see right now. Okay, thank you. Aha! Hello, everyone, and here we are in another program of La Cena Musicale Tête à Tête. I'm your host, Don Adriano, and today we have a really special program, theme that I love to talk about this, and it's the top 10 tenors in the history of operas. I love this kind of list, and I have a panel of special guests, including my friends Olivier Delaire, tenor, and Charles Broquero, baritone, who are going to be joining me today to discuss around this important subject. Who are the top 10 tenors? Let me know, please, in the comments who are your top 10 tenors, and we'll discuss them there with them. So, bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue à un autre programme de la chaîne à tête à tête. Je suis Don Adriano et aujourd'hui, un sujet vraiment que j'adore parler de ça tout le temps avec mes amis. Les top 10 ténors dans l'histoire de l'opéra. C'est quoi les top 10 ténors dans l'histoire de l'opéra? Est-ce qu'on pourrait peut-être faire une liste qui les gens puissent comprendre, que les gens puissent être d'accord? C'est ça qu'on va essayer de faire aujourd'hui. Et pour ça, j'ai invité mes amis personnels, qui sont des chanteurs aussi, Olivier Delaire, ténor, et Charles Broquero, baryton. Avant de commencer, j'ai quelques annonces à faire. Donc, premièrement, je voudrais vous parler de le podcast de la scène à tête qui est disponible maintenant sur Apple et Spotify. On a deux nouveaux programmes qui ont été ajoutés cette semaine. Une entrevue vraiment intéressante sur la musique contemporaine avec Marie-Annick Belliveau, mezzo-soprano. Et aussi une entrevue avec mon ami le baryton Charles. Non, Charles. De Charles Troposato. Non, Christopher Dunham. Baritone, Canadian baritone. So yes, please check out that podcast. I love it. I love podcasts. I listen to podcasts like at least 3 hours a day. I'm a little bit of a maniac, but I mean, you don't have to be a maniac. You just have to listen to my podcast. It's very easy. So another announcement, the magazine will be out, the La Scena Musicale magazine will be out in September, mid-September. So please, if you want to have it, please subscribe to the magazine. It's only around $39 per year. And I mean, you get it at your door. It's really cool. There's no interaction, like you don't have to get it in a weird place or in a coffee where you don't know how the people are taking care of things there. You can have it at your door and be informed of what's happening with music in classical music in Montreal and around the world. Really interesting articles by my friends and my colleagues there. Donc voilà, je vous invite à tous à vous abonner à la revue de la scène musicale qui sera disponible à partir de la mi-septembre. S'il vous plaît, vous abonnez. Ça coûte $39 par année. Et bon, après tout ça, without further ado, here I present to you my friend Olivier Delaire et Charles Broquiero. Bonjour les gars, ça va bien?
Ça va très bien, toi, Adrien?
Yeah, ben oui, très content, très content. On dirait un vendredi soir qu'on se joint pour boire de la bière puis parler de Corelli, del Monaco. Hein?
Un peu tôt dans la semaine encore là, pour la bière, là, mais...
Donc, bienvenue, merci beaucoup d'être dans le programme. Et puis, voilà, je me demandais premièrement, so I'm going to ask you guys, first of all, to present yourself and tell the people what's your relationship to me and more importantly, to opera. How did you get in opera? Why do you sing? What are some of the things that you're looking in a singer when they sing, etc. So I'll leave you the floor. Let's say we start with Olivier.
All right. Ben, premièrement, merci Adrien pour l'invitation. C'est vraiment plaisant de partager les écrans en ce moment avec toi, Charles. Comme tu disais, un typique vendredi soir où on discute d'opéra de manière passionnée. Donc moi, en fait, on m'a fait découvrir l'opéra par hasard à peu près à 14-15 ans. C'était un voisin un peu fou qui chantait très fort d'ailleurs, on l'entendait. Et puis un jour, je suis allé frapper à sa porte et puis il m'a chanté dans sa cuisine et puis les murs vibraient et puis j'étais sur le charme du chant. Et j'ai commencé à découvrir des chanteurs, surtout des ténors qui vont être dans ma liste, bien sûr. Et de fil en aiguille, j'ai commencé à avoir des cours de chant avec lui. Après ça, un grand maître de chant que j'ai rencontré au Chili, Mario Barrientos. Et après ça, je suis arrivé à Montréal, j'ai fait mon bac en musique. Et puis c'est là que je t'ai rencontré, toi, puis Charles. Et puis on est devenus des très, très bons amis. C'est mes meilleurs amis, en fait. Avec qui on a partagé très rapidement une complicité et un amour pour l'opéra, pour les chanteurs. Et puis, on a déjà chanté sur scène, et on a chanté pas sur scène, discuté énormément. Et puis, on a partagé énormément de choses aussi par rapport à l'opéra. Et puis, c'est ça, avec Adriano, par exemple, on avait un programme à la radio qui était voué à l'opéra. Donc, on présentait des anciens chanteurs aussi. Et justement aussi, j'ai travaillé à la scène musicale avec Adrian, donc il y a ça en plus.
Donc voilà, that's a little bit the story with Olivier. He's saying that he got into opera when he was really young. He heard this tenor, this pinto tenor, like kind of making the walls shake, and he went to knock on his door, and that's how a little bit how things got rolling there. And then in Montreal, he went to University of Montreal. We met there, and then we worked together at La Scena Musicale. And we miss him dearly. We miss some of the conversation around a coffee in the Café Olímpico, which is really nearby La Scena. And so yes, Olivier, one note for our technician. Could you please make sure that we are in the view where you can see everybody at the same time? That you know what I mean. He knows what I mean. And Olivier, okay. So I'm gonna ask Charles now, a little bit the same. Who are you, Charles?
Moi, dans le fond, quand j'ai commencé l'opéra, ça a toujours été un petit peu dans ma famille. Puis j'ai vraiment eu la piqûre quand j'étais au cégep. J'ai rentré en musique en espérant de tout mon cœur pouvoir chanter comme Paul McCartney des Beatles. Finalement, après mes mains efforts, je me suis rendu compte que c'était pas tout à fait dans ma voix. Mais ce qui était dans ma voix, finalement, c'était de faire de l'opéra. J'ai vraiment commencé avec ma professeure ma professeure de chant et mon professeur d'histoire. Les autres m'ont vraiment donné le goût de continuer. Puis c'est ça, j'étais allé à l'université. C'était la suite logique du cégep pour pousser ça plus loin. Puis dans le fond, on s'est rencontrés là dans les productions d'opéra de l'université. Moi, je me rappelle surtout au début, quand on était dans la cafétéria, je me tenais avec 2 autres ténors. Puis là, tu commençais à parler avec eux, puis tu commençais à critiquer un des chanteurs, pas un des chanteurs populaires, là, un vieux chanteur des années 80, 70, 80.
Okay.
C'est ça. Puis là, moi, j'étais comme, ce gars-là, il y a des choses à dire.
Yeah, in my younger days when I didn't care to say my opinion.
Okay, c'est ça.
I've grown wise, and now I say more my opinion. So, listen, thanks a lot, guys, and thanks to take the time to be here with me in this beautiful day in Montreal. And yeah, so just to rephrase a little bit what Charles was saying for the Anglophones is that he met me as well at University of Montreal. We share some stage experiences there, and I can remember what I remember most was Dialogue de Carmelite, which was a really incredible production by University of Montreal. I have to say, my favorite. I was in it, maybe that's why, but I mean, I really think it was up there, and one great production. I have to say, bravo to everybody that participated. Jean-François Rivet was incredible directing there. Some of other colleagues like Jean-Philippe Lazur, he's singing now at the COC. He was booked to sing Carmen there, fantastic voice, and many others. You know, I might not be remembering everybody. Excuse me for that, but I mean, I really had a great experience right there. And and yes, we started talking in the cafeteria, criticizing voice techniques and talking about old tenors, the typical tenor thing. We love that kind of discussion. And that's a little bit the kind of discussion we're going to have today, because we're going to have to figure out who are the top 10 tenors in the history of opera. Want a little bemol there. Actually, in the history of opera, since the recording, because we're not going to say, like Manuel Garcia. I don't know how Manuel Garcia sounded. So I cannot even have a recording. Already recordings, it's difficult to tell the whole voice just by a recording. That's the difficult task we have today. And for that, each of us have prepared 10 tenors each. Each has its own list. And then we're going to have other lists, including lists from the public. If you have a list there at home and you know who your tenors are, let us know. We discuss it here. We'll take it into account. And then see what comments can we give you about that list. But first off, we're going to start with our list because it's our program. So I'm going to start with Olivier Delaire. Dis-moi, c'est quoi, premièrement, what were your criteria to choose these tenors? What is your criteria for this? And also, well, we can start running down through that list.
All right. Ok, alors, premièrement, dire que faire une liste des 10 ténors, on parle à peu près de 120 ans d'enregistrement, hein, c'est extrêmement dur parce que malheureusement, il y en a qui restent dehors. C'est malheureux, mais il y en a, ça fait de la peine de laisser dehors parce qu'ils sont vraiment bons. Mais moi, je suis allé, mes critères sont assez larges en fait. Je suis allé par ses survoix, charisme, interprétation, en tant qu'acteur sur scène, parce que ça compte d'autant plus aujourd'hui. Je suis allé par importance dans l'histoire de l'opéra. J'ai essayé de prendre très large et essayer aussi de donner une place aux chanteurs d'aujourd'hui, parce qu'on a une tendance à aller toujours vers les chanteurs du passé.
Ouais, ça j'aimerais rappelle-toi de ce point-là, because I would like to talk about that point later on, what you're saying about the singers in the past and the new singers, and the perception that I think we tend to think that all singers were better for a reason, but let's discuss that after, so yeah.
Sure.
But remind me, please, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Donc pour moi, le 10e, j'ai mis Roberto Alagna, qui est un ténor franco-sicilien dans le fond. Je l'ai mis pour plusieurs raisons. Je trouve qu'il représente le ténor moderne, vocalement comme acteur aussi en même temps. Il a une importance pour moi dans la prononciation du français aujourd'hui, que lui, il a en quelque sorte modifié. Le charisme qu'il a, aussi parce que pour moi, c'est un ténor tout-terrain. Il a chanté du bel canto, des trucs de Rossini vraiment fous, à du répertoire qui n'est pas, à ma manière de voir la chose, le plus idéal pour lui, mais il est capable de le faire, et il le fait très bien. Je parle ici Manon Lescaut, je parle de Turandot même.
Otello.
Oui, c'est ça. Et puis c'est un ténor qui montre aussi une endurance, une longévité vocale, et en même temps qui est capable de prendre n'importe quel rôle, l'apprendre à une vitesse hallucinante et le faire sans aucun problème. Et finalement aussi la flexibilité de la voix. C'est une voix naturelle, et puis c'est un gars qui chante, qui a du feu quand il chante. Et une voix extrêmement généreuse. On le voit souvent dans des vidéos qu'on a vues, qu'il est dans la petite Italie à New York, et puis il y a un gars qui passe à l'accordéon, il se met à chanter par la più piano, et puis c'est vraiment un showman, mais sans ce côté égocentrique que je trouve très très beau. Donc voilà pourquoi j'ai choisi Roberto Alagna.
So that was Olivier, his number 10. He's saying it's Roberto Alagna. Basically because it's a tenor that can do everything a little bit. He revolutionized a little bit also the French, the way you pronounce the French diction. And also because his personality, he's a very vulnerable, but in a sense of a good showmanship, kind of generous person, generous voice. He will sing for anybody really that cares to listen, and I guess most people care. So yeah, that's number 10 for Olivier. And when he told me this, I thought, why not show a little part of a documentary where you can see Alagna with his friends, with this young ses amis jeunesse, comme on dit, his friends from when he was young, in a bar, just singing. I mean, and you can see really his personality. It's not just showmanship, but you can see that he really is like that. He kind of cannot stop singing, kind of the kind of guy, and also very open and his friends too, very good singers. So I think this video really tells the story of the character, you know.
Le ciment de l'amitié entre Roberto et ses meilleurs amis, ça a toujours été l'opéra.
Tous mes copains d'enfance sont des ténors. Tous. Montrez-leur, les gars. Tous mes copains d'enfance. Bah, sinon, s'ils sont pas ténors, moi je les garde pas. Nous, à Clichy-sous-Bois, on a des voix. Les ténors, c'est rare, mais pas à Clichy-sous-Bois. À Clichy-sous-Bois, il y en a partout, dans toutes les rues. Et alors, ils font le concours tous les ans. Et si ils perdent des notes, s'ils deviennent baryton, par exemple, virez chez Laurent Pagny. Salut Laurent.
Petite note à tous les spectateurs, vous voyez ce que c'est d'être ami avec des ténors, hein? Moi, je vis ça, vous vous rendez pas compte de la pression que je vis à tous les jours, là. Ouais, moi,
And
je marche sur les
actually, really, and really good voice. That friend of his, I'm like,
Oh my
wow,
God.
that actually, that guy could sing Othello. Honestly,
Non, ben c'est ça, ce gars-là, c'est qui, là? Tu sais, il a réussi à
I
chanter
don't
comme
know.
ça.
It's like, oh, is this random good? What the hell?
Au bar avec ses amis, on pense pas que c'est avec... c'est ça, là. Hein.
Yeah, we expect like, he's a tenor, la, la. Kind of, you know, we don't expect this guy with actually serious opera voice. It's
Non,
amazing.
c'est ça. Non, vraiment impressionnant.
But I really like about Alanya. I saw Alanya live at the Met with Sondra Radvanovsky, my favorite soprano ever.
Yeah.
And, well, then from nowadays it's just, it was so easy. He sang Cavaradossi, and it's really like he was singing leader. It's like he could do nuance, all kind of nuance. Actually, that's a thing that on record you don't hear as much, because I when I heard it in the opera house, it was really clear that he could actually do a lot of different nuances that I guess even modern records cannot take for some reason. I guess it's the compression or something in the microphones. I don't know what it is, but I was really impressed of how easy it was for him. Like, he can sing that. I think he can sing that like I don't know, 3 times a day or something like that.
Ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose qu'on perd avec les enregistrements, le concept des nuances, là, souvent. Là.
Yeah.
Toutes les voix deviennent toutes égales. Tu chantes doux, tu chantes fort, c'est tout pareil.
Yeah.
Mais ce documentaire sur Roberto Alagna, je l'ai vu et il est vraiment le fun à voir. C'est vraiment sympa à regarder. Son évolution, il raconte tout. Et puis, Moi, j'aime beaucoup cette personne parce qu'il est très ouvert et très honnête dans ce qu'il fait, dans ses propos et tout. C'est une voix qui est magnifique en plus.
Now I have to say, Olivier, number 10, but you're leaving out some people.
Ah, ben
So
oui.
I don't know. Already with that, I'm not sure. I have to see the rest of your list, but
Tu vas la voir.
I mean, I love Alanya,
Est-ce qu'il est
but
encore vivant?
who
Est-ce
did
que
you
c'est
leave
son-
out? You know? Huh?
Ah oui, mais c'est pour ça que je te dis, c'est super difficile de faire cette liste. Il y en a
All
qui-
right. So I guess let's keep on going. Who's your ninth?
Ok, j'ai mis dans le 9e Mario Lanza,
Mario Lanza.
Alfredo Cocozza. Je l'ai mis, mais ok, Lanza, je l'ai mis parce que, bien qu'il n'ait pas fait de l'opéra, je trouve que Mario Lanza a un rôle très important dans ce qui permet de donner à connaître l'opéra mondialement à cause grâce au film. C'était aussi son histoire, elle est assez folle, mais je trouve qu'il a une importance historique du point de vue de pouvoir partager l'opéra. Parce qu'il a été dans des films comme de Jan Caruso, d'autres films où l'opéra est très présente, où c'est typique le ténor, le jeune premier, comme dans beaucoup d'opéras. Et puis, il y a l'histoire d'amour et tout, mais il y a beaucoup de chants. Et je trouve que c'est un gars qui a permis ben, on parle des années 50, hein, qui a donné à connaître encore plus l'opéra. Donc moi, je l'ai
Alright.
mis purement pour un aspect historique et vocal, parce que c'était une voix incroyable de ce qu'il a étudié aussi.
I was watching about Mario Lanza actually. Your number 8. We're at 8. No, 9.
Nine.
9. I'm gonna tell people to be aware that there is actually a Mario Lanza. I think it's Ave Maria. He's singing a video with Ave Maria,
Mhm.
and some people, internet fake news. Some people have said like there's a boy that sings besides Mario Lanza at a point with an extraordinary like young soprano type of voice, and people are saying it was Pavarotti, but that's not true. So please, Pavarotti would have been 15 years old at that point when that video. That's a famous video. It's from a movie again. I don't. He sings Ave Maria, and there's a boy there, but the boy really can sing. So I wonder who that boy was too. Anyways, if anybody in the chat knows the response for this, I would really like to know because people are saying, "Oh, Pavarotti, that was Pavarotti when he was kid." No, it wasn't. But again, from Mario Lanza, what you're saying, very important figure in opera because of the. Although he didn't sing opera, he did a lot of films, and that of course that helps the popularity of opera. And he was a great singer. I mean, sometimes he sounds to me a little bit like Giuseppe Di Stefano for a reason. Do you agree with this?
En partie, ben, c'est sûr que lui, sa posture vocale changée n'était pas toujours la même. Donc oui,
It's true, yeah.
Ouais, moi,
il y a
je suis
des
pas tout à
moments où il
fait,
se met à chanter super dark et puis tu te dis comme qu'est-ce qu'il fout, il fait toujours pareil. Il y a beaucoup d'enregistrements aussi d'opéra, d'airs d'opéra et puis de beaucoup de chansons. Il donne beaucoup de popularité aux chansons italiennes, napolitaines et tout ça.
Yeah.
Et, oui, ben, sa voix elle faisait un peu, un peu toutes sortes de choses.
Yeah, I have actually.
Il y a comme l'espèce de pleur dans la voix là, quand il chante Lanza, puis ça, c'est typique Caruso, dans la façon de chanter. Puis, il est un peu après cette période-là, c'est sûr. Là.
Yeah.
Mais, on voit vraiment qu'il y a une influence de ça. Di Stefano, je l'entends un petit peu moins, pour être bien honnête. Là.
Yeah.
C'est...
I just have sometimes think, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but yeah. Going again back to Lanza. I have a little anecdote about him and the opera. Actually, this was somebody told me this, so I don't even know if it's real, but actually not somebody. I have heard this anecdote from several people, so there must be something true about it. It seems that Lanza was to audition at a big opera house. And before the audition, they made him wait, so he had to hear the other tenors audition, and he said at that moment, "No, you guys are crazy. This is I'm not that type of singer. Like I cannot sing like those people. And he just left basically, and that was as much operatic career as he had. So I think it's kind of crazy because I mean he is a great singer though.
Non, alors, il est aussi bon qu'un autre, là, honnêtement. Il y a rien à avoir honte, là, ce gars-là.
Yeah, but I guess it tells you a lot how the psychology of certain performance, certain tenors. You know, with Corelli, there's so many stories about Corelli, not being able to go on stage because of nerves, and people had to push him, etc. But I guess I don't want to get too far, so I don't want to give Corelli away already because I'm pretty sure it's going to be on someone's list. I don't know who.
Sûr, man.
Pour revenir à Lanza, moi je trouve ça dur un petit peu des fois d'évaluer parce que on n'était pas vivant quand Lanza était là. De déterminer vraiment c'était quoi l'impact culturel qu'il y a eu. Parce que oui, ces films sont restés, mais de vraiment être dans la période où est-ce que ça sortait, de savoir vraiment est-ce que tout le monde allait voir ces films, à quel point est-ce que les gens en parlaient. Tu sais, ça c'est difficile pour nous de juger à ce niveau-là. Fait que de savoir, tu sais, il est dans le top 10, c'est sûr que tout le monde connaît Mario Lanza, moindrement qu'on s'intéresse un peu à la musique classique, à l'opéra. Mais de savoir vraiment est-ce que il a sa place vraiment autant dans le top 10 que d'autres chanteurs qui ont eu des grosses influences historiques. C'est débattable, là, je pense, rendu là.
Ah ben oui, je suis complètement d'accord avec toi, Charles. C'est tellement subjectif comme liste, et puis en même temps, comme on disait dès le début, c'est tellement dur d'établir un choix, un top 10. Là. On s'entend que des ténors, on en connaît des tonnes. Mais de dire, ben lui, on l'enlève, c'est...
non, ça c'est sûr, là, c'est...
Well, all right, guys. So let's move on. We have a lot of lists to go with. So I guess we're right now with. By the way, right now we are doing Olivier list. So we have to go through my list and Charles' list. So which is your number 8, Olivier?
Alright, alors le 8, j'ai choisi Rockwell Blake, qui est un chanteur des States.
Yeah!
Rocky. Rocky, en fait, comme il l'appelle de manière plus colloquiale ou amicale, je l'ai mis pour plusieurs raisons. La première, c'est il a participé activement au Rossini Revival, qui sont allés rescaper des opéras de Rossini. On ne parle pas juste du Barbier de Séville, hein. On parle de Le Comte Ori, on parle de Cenerentola, etc., etc. Il est allé retravailler ce répertoire, et puis ça a donné une popularité. D'ailleurs, il y a un festival Rossini en Italie, dans la ville de Rossini, qui est hyper important pour les gens.
In Pesaro? Is it in Pesaro?
Si.
Yeah.
Et je l'ai mis pour cette raison, parce que historiquement, c'est hyper important. Et de deux, parce que pour moi, Blake, c'est l'icône du ténor bel cantiste. Ce gars-là, il peut faire tout.
What do you mean by that?
Il peut prendre par exemple des aigus, un contre-ré en pianissimo vraiment doux et l'ouvrir. Il peut par exemple, le bel canto, ça demande beaucoup de colorature, et puis lui, c'est un expert là-dedans. Beaucoup de flexibilité, beaucoup de nuances avec la voix, beaucoup d'énergie aussi. Si on prend des opéras comme de Rossini, comme Guillaume Tell, c'est un truc qui dure 4 heures. Et lui, on ne le voit jamais fatigué, je veux dire. C'est vraiment une machine.
So for the Anglophone, for the number 7, 8, Olivier chose tenor, American tenor, Rockwell Blake. And he's saying he really was part of the revival of I think it was in the 60s, the revival, the bel canto revival in the United States that produced quite a bit of great opera singers. Well, there was Marilyn Horne. There was what's this tenor that is also Bruce Ford. I think was part of this too. Chris Merritt. I mean, really great singers and all bel cantists. So he was part of that. He was part of that class, and he exemplifies bel canto because he can do diminuendos, he can do crescendos, he can do high notes, low notes, coloratura. Really a virtuoso type of singing, and I guess that's why we have this video today. That is a surprise, actually. I prepared so you can actually see you can hear what we're talking about.
Ah.
So let's roll it right away.
J'ai hâte.
Oh my God, I really don't understand this guy.
Hallucinant, man.
It's crazy. Who does that? Who does that?
Rocky does.
Rocky does it. Rocky for the win.
Ah.
Sometimes on a good days.
I mean, one thing is already doing that by the way, for the people who sing and all that who know about music, that's a high B flat for a tenor. And yeah, that was Rogue. Sorry, it's just that Niels is around. So just Niels, a message for Niels, who is our next guest. Please wait a little bit that we go through the Olivier list, and then we're gonna let you in. Thank you, Niels. Okay, so continuing in, that's a B flat. So already taking that note, singing that note already is a feat for a tenor, to be honest. Okay, once you get to sing it, then doing a diminuendo on that note, already many tenors cannot, I would say 90% won't be able to do it correctly. And then, but he only does that. He goes decrescendo, crescendo after. So he does a diminuendo and then he does a crescendo again. And that's the first time I've seen that. I don't know, it's maybe I haven't heard enough bel canto.
Il y en a
But
pas.
yeah, this is
J'ai cherché un autre qui puisse faire ça comme ça, et j'en ai pas trouvé sur YouTube au moins.
And actually, a good reminder about a good information about Rockwell Blake is that he had a special lung capacity. Yes, he was a master. Yes, he practiced as that. But Rockwell Blake was also an avid swimmer. Like he would train swimming like crazy. So he had very good lungs at the base, and then he trained himself. Like I remember reading in an interview that he would train to do diminuendo and walking away from the piano in his house. He would walk away from the piano while he was doing diminuendo, open the door, go downstairs. That was his feat, and he was able to do it at one point. So, and I mean, I believe it. Like he just did it there. He did it.
Yeah.
So it's not just a legend. It's really he practiced for it, and it's true. He could do it anytime, I guess.
Non, puis
So-
comme on dit, ce qu'on est capable de faire live, on est capable de le faire 2 fois plus en pratique. Là.
Ouais, peut-être. Yes, that is his case. I mean, I don't doubt it. So, anyways, let's move forward to what, number 7 now?
Yep. J'ai
All
mis
right.
Wunderlich, numéro 7.
Wunderlich, wonderful.
Parce que j'ai plusieurs raisons, mais on va aller bref avec ça.
Yeah.
Il a une importance majeure dans tout le répertoire des leaders. On parle de Schubert et compagnie, Schumann, machin. Je trouve que c'est une voix germanique, mais qui sonne beaucoup à l'italienne, à ma manière de voir la chose. Et aussi dans tout le répertoire allemand, on va parler de Mozart, bien qu'il a une carrière extrêmement courte, il est mort d'une manière assez bête. Il est tombé dans son chalet des escaliers, puis il est mort. Et il est mort à 36 ans, quelque chose comme
Oui,
ça.
oui, dans la trentaine. Trentaine, jeune trentaine.
Ouais.
Ouais.
Il n'a pas fait assez, donc c'est malheureux de ne pas avoir vu son évolution parce qu'il est mort. Mais je trouve qu'il a une importance assez grande pour ce répertoire.
All right, great. So yeah, number 7.
Yep.
Number 7 is Wunderlich, the famous lyric German tenor that tragically died at a young age of 36, I believe. Like Olivier saying, well, he was really like an Italian type of German tenor. The first time I heard this guy Wunderlich, I really thought it was like a German Pavarotti. Really, like the type of voice really seemed like the same type of voice as Pavarotti, and the same, like the way of conceptualizing and the way of coloring the sound, very similar to me. But so yeah, he has this Italian type of side, and yeah, okay, so 6.
6. Le grand.
Le grand.
Pavarotti.
Le grand.
Sixième.
Grand.
Sixième. Même pas le top 5, là.
Il y a
Sixième.
beaucoup de raisons pour dire.
Sixième. All right, great. Actually, I think that's kind of high, man. Like kind of high in the sense it's too late in the list. I think.
Sorry, mais il y en a d'autres que je peux pas mettre.
But okay, we'll keep the discussion about that. Okay, let's go number 5.
Number 5, Beniamino Gilli.
Beniamino Gilli. Who else?
Quelle voix. Il y a des trucs que j'arrive pas à comprendre comment il fait. Ces voix douces. Et dans des pièces d'opéra, par exemple, dans le morceau, il y a un morceau qu'on devrait écouter, Spirito Gentil. C'est un truc, il chante dans des zones de la voix qui sont assez désagréables. Et lui, il fait tout ça en doux. La voix, elle est douce. Mais après ça, il rentre dans les aigus. Et puis, c'est hallucinant, je veux dire, la technique qu'il a. Et puis, la manière de chanter, la douceur dans la voix, l'élégance. C'est, pour moi, quand on parle dans la technique, le chiaroscuro que parlaient les Italiens, qu'un peu a parlé Capucine dans l'autre live, pour moi, Gilli, c'est un exemple de ça.
Yeah.
Ça a été une influence aussi pour les autres ténors, parce que, par exemple, le père de Pavarotti, c'était son ténor préféré. Et d'ailleurs, l'anecdote que quand Pavarotti a dit que son ténor préféré, c'est Di Stefano, il a reçu une
claque, non? Ouais.
C'est un peu drôle. Mais voilà, pour moi, Gilli, il mérite le 5, de toute façon.
Il peut pas être ailleurs que dans le top 5, ce chanteur.
Mais non.
Il est tellement incroyable, là. Sa voix, c'est spatial. C'est pas terrestre, là. C'est quelque chose de
So I guess you had prepared a little clip, I guess, Olivier.
Yes, exactement. Donc, on va écouter un petit morceau de Spirito Gentil de Donizetti, c'est la favorite. Et en fait, pour moi, Gilli, là, il le chante d'une manière spectaculaire. C'est juste la maîtrise. Et il chante ça en piano, et avec douceur en plus. Et puis après ça, il arrive aux aigus, et c'est juste spectaculaire. Je veux dire, c'est incroyable, la maîtrise vocale pour faire ça. Et il y en a peu qui sont capables de le faire de cette manière.
Okay, so I'm going to ask. He's having a little bit of trouble, my technician. So we're going to keep on going. Maybe show the video later.
Gilli's gonna come back anyways.
Gilli is gonna. Yes, he's gonna come back. So I guess who's your number 5?
Gilli was number 5. Là, on passe au 4.
Oh, déjà number 4.
Yes, numéro 4, Mario del Monaco.
Mario del Monaco. Rina! So just to give a little bit insight into this joke to people, I said that because there's a really amazing video in YouTube of Mario del Monaco in his house, screaming like a mad person, doing like really mad person type of things. You really gotta watch this because this
Favoloso Mario del Monaco.
It's called Il Favoloso Mario del Monaco. Look at it in YouTube. We don't have it today. We don't have time to show it. It's quite long, but it goes like the camera goes into the Mario del Monaco house, and then he does his show off. Really, he's showing off. I cannot believe this guy can be like that in real life. Maybe he is, but I mean, you really have to watch it. He sings Esultate from Otello, and then he throws a chair in the pool. I mean, crazy stuff. Really, really entertaining. Ah oui, c'est ça. Alors, and actually, he's a really interesting character to look up on YouTube. There's interviews with him when he goes kind of crazy too. I mean, a lot of Mario Monaco are really a character himself. out of the opera, he was an opera character, really.
Ah oui, oui, oui. Les vidéos dont on parle sont justes, c'est croustillant, c'est vraiment, il faut les regarder. Si vous
Et
avez
plus
15
loin que ça,
minutes
là.
à perdre, c'est vraiment, c'est parfait.
Oh, des heures.
Moi, j'aime
Quand-
ça ce que tu dis, Adriane, parce que tu dis qu'en dehors de l'opéra, c'était un personnage. Littéralement, il s'est fait enterrer dans son costume d'hôtel. Là.
Oui,
Yeah, is that true, actually? Is that true, huh?
oui, 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 c'est vrai.
En
Et
tout cas,
il se baladait, il y a une vidéo aussi de Mario Del Monaco qui se balade dans son suit de hôtel à Venise, et puis il a la boucle d'oreille, et puis il est presque maquillé, il a la barbe, et il marche comme ça, vraiment comme digne. Mais
il y a vraiment.
en fait-
Lui, c'est le cliché ténor. Là, tu sais, c'est
Ah
vraiment
oui, oui, oui.
l'ego surdémesuré,
Ouais.
l'air toujours prêt à chanter, puis très
Et
brillant.
Del Monaco, moi je le mets dans cette catégorie-là, dans le 4, parce que pour moi, c'est le ténor, l'icône du vérisme. De tout ce qu'on va parler, Pagliacci, le typique di Pagliacci, Cavalleria Rusticana, Andrea Chénier aussi. Et je trouve qu'il a marqué une époque dans la manière dont il chantait, dans l'acting aussi, parce que c'était une manière particulière qu'aujourd'hui ne se fait plus. Dans les accents, dans la voix quand il chante. Et puis, pour moi, c'est vraiment le ténor vériste par excellence. Donc, pour moi, il mérite une place dans
Yeah.
le disque de toute façon.
Yeah, what role do you think? Let's say 3 roles to watch Mario Del Monaco in.
Otello, Andrea Chénier de Giordani
Oh, yeah.
et Pagliacci.
Ouais.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I agree 100%.
Pour moi, c'est
So now I'm gonna ask Niels if he's around. I don't know if he's waiting out of the chat. If not, Niels, please connect now. I would like to discuss the top 3 tenors with you, and also I would like to take a little pause here to tell everybody. And to acknowledge some people in the chat room. Philippe Bournival is already there. Another friend and singer of mine. He's sharing already stuff on YouTube there. There's Alain Savard there with a video of Mario Lance sharing. Thanks guys for being around. Thanks to my girlfriend. She's there commenting too. Yeah, she says, vive Blake, technique super, bon acteur et grande musicalité. Totalement d'accord avec toi, mon amour. Yes, if you have comments, if you have a list of tenors that you would like to share with us, please don't be shy and write it in the comments there. We're gonna try to make time and share it with you. If not, if you just want to be shy and just want to hear us, that's fine with me. I love talking, so.
On accepte les courriels aussi, si vous les
On accepte les courriels aussi, hein. Adrien@lacena.org si vous voulez me dire des commentaires ou m'envoyer des demandes d'autographe, des trucs comme ça.
On entend le ténor, là.
So yes, I don't know if Niels is around. I'm gonna ask my technician, Brandon, is Neil around?
Ouais, je le vois.
Oh, Niels! You're upside down.
Sideway up.
Hey Niels!
Oh, sideways. You're sideways.
Okay. I was muted, so can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Niels.
Okay. Am I still sideways?
You are sideways. Yeah.
Okay.
Ah, ok, c'est bon ça.
That's
Fixed. All right, awesome. So this is Niels Brown, a tenor that I love. He has an exceptional voice, and that I discovered in Montreal. Like I think you were singing some Napolitan song, and it's like, this guy, what? This guy is singing like Napolitan song in a bar with his guitar, like, well, whatever, man.
Oh,
And it was surprising. Like I say, what a voice! Like, this guy is a serious opera singer. And since then, I didn't hear from you anymore. And then I saw he's performing here and there, so I kind of started following you secretly since then.
That's awesome. It's awesome what you're doing here. It's great work you're doing, and a very interesting discussion.
Yeah. So thanks again for joining by. Niels is going to be mostly speaking in English and the rest in French. So this is really a bilingual Montreal conversation like we would have in a bar at a Friday night, you know. So
I
so I
start us off by I have a few questions for the comments for up till now.
okay.
Olivier, are we going to find out who the mystery tenor is who lived next door to you, the Spinto?
Oh my God. Il n'y a pas d'enregistrement, mais c'était un voisin qui s'appelait Sergio Pacheco. Il était chilien, vénézuélien, et puis il avait un peu et il avait une personnalité un peu à la Mario del Monaco.
Ok.
Je pensais que tu
oui.
parlais de ton ancien professeur quand tu disais ça.
Ah, mais mon ancien professeur, il s'appelle Mario Barrientos. Et lui, il y a des enregistrements sur YouTube. Et lui, c'était un ténor dramatique. Maintenant, il est très vieux, il a Alzheimer. Et puis bon. Mais il chantait Andrea Chénier, il chantait Otello, il chantait Turidou. Et puis les enregistrements, je pourrais le mettre sur quelque part.
Wow. Super.
Quelle voix.
Cool. Et j'ai adoré ton liste jusqu'à maintenant. I had one commentaire sur Lanza like his vocal genealogy, and I always thought that he comes down from Richard Tauber.
Huh. I didn't know this.
It's not really obvious because their images are so different. Like Mario Lanza, he polished up the idea of what a tenor is like as we know, like Hollywood's kind of, and he was a brilliant singer. But if you close your eyes, you can hear a bit of that pulpiness, that explosiveness in the high notes, and in the middle register, there's that kind of I love the word pulpiness for this kind of voice, and I think we often forget that Richard Tauber was for probably 20 years the guy in the United States. There was I mean, after Gili, you don't have a real major person come along until Tauber to really cross the ocean and become very popular here. I don't think. And then you have the post-war invasion of the Italians. But Richard Tauber was a much bigger influence than we remember, I think. And I think that Lanza grew up with these recordings, and I believe you can hear it.
Yep.
All right, I'll listen for it. Actually, I've never thought about that.
And so I have to congratulate you on with Rockwell Blake. I mean, yeah,
that's crazy, huh?
That's great. Less thoughtful than that. He's he's coming from the early 19th century. He's like the exponent of. He's just a miracle, really. And he lives in Plattsburgh, New York. And I've suggested this to McGill and other people to have him up for master classes. And I'm assured that this will happen in the next few years. He's a god, really.
Yeah. And actually, I forgot to mention a little bit from the standpoint of classical theater type of acting too. He also includes that in his performance. I don't know. You can see that in several clips in YouTube. But I can think right now of an Otello by Rossini where he's with Merritt there, and he has a duet with the soprano. And really, the acting is really inclusive. The voice and the acting is together, and the posture is like it's really like a prince. All the nuances in the face, it's amazing. And that's rare because
c'est vraiment illuminé là, dès qu'il chante là, c'est vraiment ça, je suis d'accord avec toi là.
Oui, il est complètement incarné quand il chante.
Yeah, it becomes really a one, the voice and the acting, the posture. Again, not many people with that. Like it's really perfect bel canto posture. That's how I would say.
That's right.
Yeah. So I guess Niels, we have you here for the three last Olivier tenors. So
Okay, great.
So yes, let's jump now to number 3.
Number 3, Jussi Björling, plus connu comme Johan Jonathan Björling, ténor suédois il est né en 1905 et il meurt en 50, crise cardiaque, mais c'était une voix hallucinante. Techniquement, j'ai pas entendu un enregistrement de Björling parce qu'il y en a beaucoup. J'ai pas entendu une faute dans des enregistrements. La technique, elle est juste parfaite. Et c'est une voix qu'on voit, il force jamais, mais le résultat est toujours là. C'est sûr que le côté acteur, c'est un peu moins intéressant, mais on parle des années 30-40. Mais c'est une voix qui est juste spectaculaire. Et puis aussi, il vient d'une tradition de voix de ténor. Lui, en fait, son père, David Björling, il était ténor aussi. Il s'est formé avec Melo, avec d'autres professeurs, et puis il est allé aux States, mais il n'a pas fait carrière à cause de sa personnalité. Il était très
Là, tu parles de frères de Björling, yeah.
Mais c'est le père qui a appris à Jussi Björling, ses deux autres frères. Puis ils avaient un quatuor de frères Björling qui chantaient. Et puis, je trouve qu'il a une importance extrêmement grande, c'est sûr en Suède, mais dans le monde, je pense, de ces années-là. Et je pense qu'il est hyper influent comme ténor pour les autres à venir.
Yeah, so Olivier number 3 is Jussi Björling for the Anglophones there. He chose him basically for his technical prowess. And also a great career. I mean, it's not just one of the greatest careers ever for a tenor. And Björling comes from a family of singers, so he was taught singing from a very early age by his father. I've heard some recording of the brothers, and I mean they could be professional opera singers too. So I guess he learned the technique there mainly. He also studied. His father studied with Meloki, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and yeah, any comments by someone else about Björling?
Ben, moi, ce que je trouve qu'on n'entend pas souvent parler de Björling, c'est ses leaders aussi. Parce qu'il en a fait beaucoup, puis il est vraiment excellent là-dedans. Là. Il est vraiment, je trouve qu'il amène vraiment ça à un autre niveau. Mais c'est pas ça pourquoi est-ce qu'il est le plus reconnu. Là.
Yeah.
C'est quelque chose que j'apprécie beaucoup écouter chez lui. Là.
I'm gonna check them out actually. Yeah, the leader. I didn't think about that. Yeah, another point actually. Let Niels.
I'm a bit ashamed to not have him on my list. He was someone.
Oh, Niels! You're gonna have the spirit of Björling ringing in your ears.
Of course, I know. But it's just such a confusing. He causes such confusion in my head about how he does things. He's an amazing, of course, an amazing voice. There's some his "Oh Holy Night" is just like completely insane.
The best
and many other things, but I just dropped off listening to him because I felt it wasn't helpful. It was a bit too much of a trip for me. So
for your own singing, you did it. You.
I love his recitals at Carnegie Hall.
Yeah.
I would like to sing for you. La para della luce e l'ombra.
That's a good impersonation.
Amazing. It is amazement. But a list is very difficult to make top.
Yeah, that's why we're saying, for instance, at the beginning, for everybody, this is about the discussion mostly. We're taking ourselves half seriously here, we're trying to come up with a good program. But I mean, if you have other 10 tenors there in the public that you think are better than the ones, they are better because they are better for you. So that's all it matters. You know, at the end, it's very
Please.
So yeah, at the end, it's a very subjective art, and you know, everybody's. What is important is that to share this art and to value the artist behind it. I think that's the main point about it.
C'est sûr.
So, Olivier, let's go number 2. I think we have Sebastien. Sebastien, I'm gonna please ask you to wait that we finish with Olivier, so you can join the chat. The chat after that. We're kind of Sebastien is a tenor too, a young tenor coming here in Montreal. But I guess now, Olivier, we're at what, number 2?
Numéro 2.
Numero 2.
Giacomo Lauri Volpi.
Oh my God, yeah.
Je vois des faces. Ben, Lauri Volpi, pour moi, c'est un miracle vocal. Je trouve qu'il a une influence sur le reste des ténors, sur toute la lignée. Premièrement, vocalement, c'est incompréhensible comment il fait certaines choses. Je ne comprends pas encore comment lui il réussit à faire ça. Il a une compréhension de la technique qui va au-delà de juste la mécanique. Il y a des écrits aussi, il a beaucoup écrit, réfléchi par rapport à la chose. J'ai lu quelques extraits et puis c'est fou comment ce gars-là, il a cette réflexion-là. Il va même dans le spirituel, c'est vraiment fou. Aussi de l'élégance, de ce que peut faire Gilly aussi, il le faisait. Ils viennent un peu de la même école.
Yes.
Et aussi une élégance, une grosse élégance de Lauri Volpi. Donc pour moi, je le mets en numéro 2 parce que sans lui, on n'aurait pas eu beaucoup de chanteurs de la suite comme Corelli, comme même Bocelli qui a étudié avec Corelli. Voilà.
Yeah, for those who didn't know, actually, so that's the number 2 for Olivier is Giacomo Lauri Volpi, a tenor that sometimes is not that known for some people. Like I guess he doesn't come up when you do a tenor research. You're gonna find Pavarotti, you're gonna have Domingo Carrera, maybe a Corelli, maybe a Del Monaco, but like Lauri Volpi, you have to look a little bit more. And this guy is really like in the same school a little bit of Gilly. He's capable of he has a little bit the same capacities, but in my opinion he has an extra even that Gilly doesn't have, like a theatrical type of extra. You're gonna see it coming up, and yes, an important and very influential tenor. We know of some rencontre vocali, so vocal meetings that he had with Corelli, and Corelli took a lot of things from the book of Lauri Volpi in this rencontri vocali in the Lauri Volpi's house. So Corelli went there, I think 3 straight summers or something like that, and they would just scream back and forward.
Dans la Villa Borgasso. Et puis aussi, il ne faut pas oublier que Lauri Volpi il a une longévité vocale extrêmement grande. Yes. Il y a des vidéos à 85 ans qui est en train de chanter, écrit sur le piano, qui est Gelli da Manina.
Yeah, he's kind of this old school Italian tenor. There's a video in YouTube that I don't know if it's there anymore, where he complains about modern tenors not being able to sing the Gelli da Manina in the right key. And look at me, I'm 86, I can sing that. He goes crazy singing the high C from L'Esperanza, from from Bohème, Gelli da Manina. Anyways, it's really. It's funny, really. It's a funny video. But more than that, he was an exceptional singer. And I mean, an 86 to sing a high C, that's quite something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if you had a video for us for.
Oui, c'est un morceau en fait dans l'air Dillo Ancora de Hugonotti de Meyerbeer. Et en fait, on voit là la douceur qui prend la première note et après l'explosion de l'aigu final comme je disais tantôt. Je comprends la technique, et je suis capable de faire certaines choses, mais je ne comprends pas comment Lauri Volpi peut arriver à ça. Ça n'a comme pas de sens. C'est pas humain, c'est-à-dire ça dépasse.
Yeah. Well, so I'm going to ask Brandon, our assistant there, to roll it up. Lauri Volpi, what's the aria again?
Dillo Ancora.
Dillo Ancora from Lauri Volpi.
Come on.
Bravo, 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 bravo.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Incredible. What was it? What was that high note?
Ah, I don't know, man.
I don't. It's really high. I don't think it's a high C. I think it's higher now. I can barely even do it in falsetto. Anyways, great video choice there for it's Laudi Volpi, and under control really. I don't know if that's a film or that's a maybe that's because it's a film, but I mean, I don't know. Any thoughts on that? Any words?
I think it's a film with an acetate going around. That's why you hear the, or it might be on a roll.
Okay.
And then it's synced up. I think that's the way they recorded it. If that was the question.
Yeah. Well, no, thanks for clarifying that. And yeah, I mean, so that's number 2, huh?
Yes.
Okay, so we got there. What is the surprise you have for us? Is it going to be okay, I'm going to try to guess. Is it going to be
Ok, il est italien.
Il est italien? What surprise.
Ouais, il est napolitain.
It's going to be
Ok, il allait être mécanicien, mais sa mère lui a dit qu'il devait chanter, et puis c'est ce qu'il a fait.
Well, I kind of cheating because I knew it's Caruso.
Enrico Caruso. Ben, il y a beaucoup de raisons. Mais pour moi, c'est le premier superstar de l'opéra, de ce qu'on peut savoir, de tous les enregistrements qu'il y a déjà grâce à lui, l'influence de Caruso sur toute l'école de chant. Je pense que on peut pas nier ça. C'est une voix extrêmement généreuse, un peu ce que je disais par rapport à Lagne, mais il y a des anecdotes que lui, par exemple, dans le théâtre, il chante un rôle et puis il voit qu'il y a des gens qui ne peuvent pas payer pour aller le voir. Et il sort sur le balcon et il se met à chanter pour ces gens-là. Je veux dire, c'est une voix qui est immense aussi, c'est une voix immense. Aussi, je pense que ça donne une idée du ténor modèle de ces années-là qui est resté longtemps. Et aussi, c'était toute une personnalité. Il dessinait beaucoup de sens de l'humour et tout. Donc, pour moi, Caruso, c'est une importance dans l'opéra vocalement, historiquement. Il a aussi fait des premières mondiales de certains rôles parce que Puccini était encore là. Donc, pour moi, il a une importance qui est clé de tout ce qu'on peut avoir des enregistrements jusqu'à aujourd'hui, non?
Yeah, so Olivier has number 1, Caruso. I mean, who else could be number 1? I really think he's clearly number 1 because I mean, if we are taking it from the recording era, who was almost the first? I'm not sure about this, but if he wasn't the first tenor to record seriously, he was one of the first, and to have the international fame as and create what we even nowadays say, the tenor. You know, when the people say tenor, who started that? Caruso, really.
That's right. Yeah, the show personality. He's the prototype, really, of the modern age, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean.
C'est vraiment dommage, tu sais, puis ça, c'est pas de sa faute, là, c'est pas de la faute à personne. Les technologies étaient en train d'apparaître dans le milieu de la musique, mais la qualité des enregistrements rend pas justice à ce que sa voix devait être. Là. Ça, c'est officiel. Là. Moi, je trouve ça vraiment dommage parce que quand j'écoute l'enregistrement, tu sais, j'entends que ce gars-là, il a vraiment une belle voix, mais c'est difficile de vraiment pouvoir l'apprécier à cause de la qualité. Là,
Yeah, I can see what you're saying, Charles, about the quality of the recordings not being good for Caruso, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm just being a contrarian and a bit of a pain in the behind here. But I kind of like the recordings from Caruso. Like I don't know, there's a color to it. Like there's a mud, like a brown color to the recordings that comes into mind, and that really I don't know. I think he colors his voice in a way that even it makes it more rich. And I actually have some video later on. I'm not gonna discuss this too much right now, but I have a video later on about this actually. So I guess to recap, Olivier, we have maybe we can show his list for everybody that is just tuning in. We're talking about the top 10 tenors in the history of opera. After the recording, we have right now with us Olivier Dallaire, Niels Brown, and Charles Brocchiero. So here you can see the list. We just went through Olivier's list. Roberto Alagna, Mario Lanza, Rockwell Blake, Fritz Wunderlich, Luciano Pavarotti, Benjamin Gilli, Mario Del Mona, Giuseppe Björling, Lauri Volpi, and Enrico Caruso. Number first, Enrico Caruso. Yeah. Italy for the win again. So yeah, any last thoughts, you guys, about this top 10 of Olivier? Do you disagree? Do you agree, or so?
Ben, moi, écoute, Lauri Volpi, ça va être quelque chose qu'on va parler un petit peu plus tard, là, mais c'est pas... Je trouve qu'il y a sa place dans le top 5, puis, mais il y a comme quelque chose chez ce chanteur-là que tu sais, puis je sais qu'il a contribué énormément à toute l'évolution de la technique vocale. Il a contribué énormément dans les enregistrements. Sa technique est incroyable, mais il y a comme quelque chose qui vient pas me chercher. Puis là j'entends tout le monde dire,
come on. I think he has too much squilla for you, I think.
C'est ça. Non, mais je comprends.
As well, with Lauri Volpi, it's that the personality doesn't come across in the material that we have. That if we can say that Corelli had everything, he had everything that Corelli had, but there was something which was extra theatrical, which Lauri Volpi didn't project. He was respected as a technician and a stage presence and a beautiful voice, but for me it didn't come across the footlights as much as the others. So he's not on my list. Oh my God.
Oh no, Björling and Lauri Volpi. Oh my God, Niels, what's happening with you?
But I understand.
C'est correct, au moins j'ai quelqu'un dans mon équipe, là, ça marche.
Ali, what there we are.
You save me.
Going mad for him. So who am I? You know.
So, but actually, Niels, you have a point too, because Olivier, you left Corelli out of the top 10.
You see.
I'm pretty sure even the people watching there in the chat don't agree with this. I think Corelli deserves more respect than that, Olivier.
C'est sûr que j'aime beaucoup Corelli, et puis comme on a eu une passe Corelli, mais je le mets pas dans le top 10, malheureusement. Sinon j'en enlève un autre.
All right, thanks, Olivier. Anyways, for your list, very thoughtful, very well made. And yeah, so we'll be coming back to it, because actually the goal today is also for us to determine who are the top 10 tenors of La Scena.
Oh.
Yeah.
So actually now I would like to let's roll right away with I'm gonna, if I can ask Sebastian encore. I'm really sorry, Sebastian, we're running late, of course, because this team is really, you know, it makes us run late because cannot stop talking about it. So I guess he's here. So there you see Sébastien Courtois Tenor. He's here. Hey, Sébastien.
Hello. How are you? I'm going to
Bonjour,
speak English. I have people from all over Canada. Well, I mean, two provinces.
English or French, whatever you feel more comfortable with. Welcome, and thanks a lot for joining
Hey,
this
no problem.
this
Thanks for having
discussion.
me on. I've been listening for an hour, and I wanted to go on for 4 more hours.
we probably will have. Let's get the tequila out. Let's get the whiskey. So yes, Sebastian. So that was we're just finishing with Olivier's list, and now we're ready for Charles. I'm hoping that some names repeat themselves so we can go a little bit faster pace in this one. But let's jump right away. So Charles, number 10. Who's your number 10 top tenor in the history of opera?
Oh my god, ça, le 10e, là, c'est le pire à choisir de la gang. Parce que le premier, on a tous une idée. On a un top 3, là, puis on choisit un des 3, c'est tout. Le 10e, là, t'as tellement de chanteurs. Hein. Là, le 10e, là, je me suis dit, ok, là, je suis rationnel pendant les 9 premiers. Là. Le 10e, je vais rester rationnel, mais je vais mettre un petit peu plus de mon cœur. Moi, le chanteur que j'ai mis comme 10e, là, c'est Franco Bonisoli.
Il pazzo.
All right, so Franco Bonisoli, Il Pazzo Bonisoli. So Franco Bonisoli, Il Pazzo. Why people ask, well, Il Pazzo? Why Pazzo? What's that? Il Pazzo in Italian means the crazy.
Voilà.
And he was really crazy, honestly. Like, and you watch there's things on YouTube with as well. YouTube doesn't, by the way, be careful when you upload a video to YouTube. It doesn't, it doesn't pardon anybody. You will be in history there.
Pour moi, c'est un rockstar là, dans l'opéra, tu sais, dans le sens, lui, il n'y a aucun respect pour rien, puis il rentre, puis c'est comme, ok, ben on fait des rappels, let's go, on fait des rappels, puis... mais au-delà de ça, là, la raison pourquoi il est dans mon top 10, là, c'est vraiment parce que ce gars-là, il a une technique qui est incroyable, vraiment incroyable. Mon extrait préféré de lui, c'est des pêcheurs de perles. Je trouve qu'il a fait quelque chose qui est complètement dépassé. Là. C'est vraiment une beauté incroyable. Là. Puis je trouve que ce gars-là, même si ses performances sont pas toujours toutes égales, pas à cause d'une mauvaise technique en soi, là, mais je pense que ça dépend de son humeur. Là. C'est un peu pour ça que c'est une rockstar.
He's a moody type of singer. Yeah, we all know tenors like that. And
You just mean tenors.
Ouais, c'est ça. Mais quand il décide de bien chanter, ce gars-là, je trouve qu'il a sa place dans le top 10 là, pour ces fois-là.
All right.
Il mérite, c'est sûr.
Ouais. So Charles, t'avais préparé-tu une vidéo là pour ça là?
Oui, ben je t'avais parlé des pêcheurs de perles. Je veux qu'on écoute ça.
Okay, let's go. So Franco Bonisoli sings the main aria from Pêcheurs de Perles, which now I'm having a blank. Can you help me here? Je crois entendre encore from. Yes. So. Wow. Who wouldn't like to be there, you know? Watch that.
C'est vraiment incroyable, là. C'est fou, là, de passer d'un piano à pianissimo, genre, comme ça, là. Ben, puis c'est pas juste ça, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de chanteurs qui ont cette façon-là de pouvoir chanter très léger, très aigu, puis très doux. Sauf que touchant comme ça, là, d'être capable d'aller garder une couleur dans la voix sans que ça devienne vraiment juste un petit son perdu. Ce gars-là, il a comme gardé toute sa texture dans sa façon de chanter ses aigus. Puis, man, moi, là, j'ai la tête qui tourne à toutes les fois que j'entends cette chanson-là. Là. C'est incroyable.
I've always thought his extreme high register was a little bit disconnected, but from the rest of his voice. But you can see from that one he descends and he's completely attached to his voice. So he's really singing these notes. And it should be noted it's in the last 5 to 7 years it's become normal to sing this aria in falsetto. So this is one of the last performances, maybe that.
Well, somebody with the size of voice like that saying this aria is absolutely masterful, I would say.
Quand on écoute chanter autre chose, ce gars-là, là, je vais être cru, là, mais il chante comme un animal, là, c'est...
Have you seen the video? There's another video around there. He does La Donne Mobile, and then when the pension jumps in the air.
Oui, j'ai vu ça. Est-ce que c'est celui-là qui revenait sur le stage, puis il était comme, OK, on recommence, puis il refait encore la note. Non, ça, c'était dans Di Quella Pira.
No, there's many like Franco Bonisoli. There's another one where he comes back and in stage, and then I think it's Tosca, and he asks the maestro, maestro, o sole mio. It's like, what? So, really a showman. It's
c'est un spectacle, ce
gars-là. His interview about the 3 tenors, where he goes, if you want Coca-Cola, this your guys. A bad boy, and he had everything. Please.
Yeah, he had everything. So okay, Charles. So let's move on. What number? I'm getting old. I don't know where we are.
On est juste au premier là. On est rendu au 10e là. On passe au 9e là.
9e. Ok, 9e.
Ok, let's go. Bon ben là, je suis le premier à le dire. J'ai mis comme 9e. Attention là. Domingo.
9e, Domingo.
Domingo.
Okay, so the number 9 for Charles Roquero goes to Plácido Domingo. I mean, what to say about Domingo? Other than really like what a career, and still going on. That guy's still going on. I can't
only
believe it.
baritone on the list.
No. I don't know. I don't agree with that really, but
it's true. But what's wonderful about Domingo is that he did more tenor roles than probably everybody on earth for all time. So but it's true. He did.
You put them together. You add the performances by Pavarotti, Corelli, and Del Monaco, and then you might get as many performances as Domingo did in still going. Still.
Il a chanté dans les Muppets. Pas les Muppets, dans Sesame Street.
Sesame Street, Domingo. I didn't see that one.
Ouais. Je me rappelle plus qu'est-ce qu'il chantait. Mais en tout cas, écoute, pour moi, là, c'est quelque chose.
Yeah, an amazing career. Say what you want about his technique. Some people criticize him for that. The politics, all the new stuff that came in. Really, I was sad really when I heard about the accusations there. And I hope I was hoping it's not true, but it seems to be real. Those are the times, and I think I mean that's another whole other subject. But still, doesn't take from him and the longevities he's had, the the level of professionalism also, and I mean, as a singer, and knowing his stuff, the things he could do, like he did even Wagner, when not really his voice type, but the guy just like he's like a truck. He has like a vocal cords that are made of steel or something, and he's indestructible.
Non, ben c'est ça. Puis, tu sais, moi, la raison pourquoi est-ce qu'il est dans mon top 10, c'est pour sa contribution à la musique, là, tout simplement.
Yes.
Là. Tu sais, vocalement, c'est pas mon préféré. Là.
Yeah.
Mais il a tellement contribué au monde de la musique, ce gars-là. Si tu prends en compte, si la contribution au monde de la musique, c'est un critère, il peut pas ne pas être dans le top 10. Hein.
Yeah.
Ça, c'est officiel. Là. Il a influencé le monde de la musique, que ça ressemblerait à rien de ce que c'est aujourd'hui sans lui. Là.
Yeah, important to mention also he's helped many tenors, particularly and singers. Really, his competition Operalia. I mean, the great prizes and great way to start careers for some people, for some younger. Whatever type of voice you are, really a great competition, and he has other programs. The Cardis program at Washington Opera. I hope that's still going in. He has something in Spain. I mean, he really tries to help around with his influence, and you know, after making so much money, I guess with the three tenors too. I mean, that's that's something he's giving back, and you know. So yes, number 9. I kind of agree with that position there for Domingo. I would say, yeah. So okay, so number 8.
Number 8, Nikolai Gedda.
Nikolai Gedda. Oh, okay.
Moi, c'est son répertoire français, là. Ouh!
Yeah, the French.
Ouais, la position de non-jument.
Yeah, I knew.
Wow, là,
yeah, I knew you were going to say that with the high D at the end there.
Ouais, ben oui, c'est ça. Puis ce gars-là aussi, il y avait une présence sur scène, là. Il y avait comme son visage aussi, son interprétation. Le gars, il parlait quoi? 11 langages, quelque chose de ce genre-là?
Oui, something crazy. Yeah, I don't know.
8.
8?
OK.
8. So this tenor, Nikolai Gedda, 8 languages. Do you know what? Somebody knows what languages actually?
French, English, German,
Russian, Swedish,
English,
Swedish,
Italian, Swedish.
Italian.
Swedish, je pense que c'est sa langue natale, c'est ça?
Suédois, et j'en oublie un, mais.
Yeah, wow. And he did he died recently? Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too sad, but I mean a great. Yeah, I cannot disagree with that. So yeah, let's move on then.
Ouais. Donc bon ben mon 7e, on l'attendait celui-là, c'est Corelli.
Corelli, finally.
Hein?
Corelli in the list. Come on, where is the Corelli people? Victoria.
C'est très bas, je dois dire. 7e, là. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? What's happening?
Corelli, qui est Corelli? C'est le gars que tu vas voir dans le show. Tu sais, puis écoute, des défauts techniques, tu peux y en trouver, là. C'est pas.
How dare you?
Non, mais tu sais, je veux dire, si t'es comme tu lis la partition, tu écoutes la technique vocale, tu sais. Ce gars-là, là, c'est un taureau. Il a une voix immense. Puis même si il y a une personnalité qui est immense aussi dans tous les sens. Tu sais, dans le sens qu'il était comme hyper gêné de rentrer sur le stage. Sauf que quand il rentrait sur le stage, là, par contre, c'est... OK, la partition dit que ça dure une blanche. Non, moi, j'en fais 8, là, tu sais. Ma note aiguë, là, je la tiens le plus longtemps que je suis capable, puis that's it. Puis si les gens y applaudissent tellement qu'ils veulent la revoir encore, là, écoute, des productions où est-ce que tu l'entends chanter Tosca puis qu'il se met à chanter le Hello Chevan Lestel, là, 3 fois à la fin, là, cherche, t'en as plein, là. C'est pas dur à trouver, là. C'est courant. Fait que c'est ça, ce gars-là, là, c'est comme l'excitation, là. Puis moi, une raison pourquoi est-ce que je le mets dans mon top 10, c'est parce que je trouve que c'est un petit peu la continuité de Lanza. Dans le sens que c'était comme le gars qui rentre sur le stage, puis on l'appelait le prince, là. Tu sais, c'est parce qu'il était comme tellement beau, charismatique. Bon, moi je trouve son acting, c'est un petit peu... Il acte pas un peu pour lui-même, là. Mais je trouve quand mais tu sais, il est quand même reconnu pour ça. Fait que il a vraiment apporté quelque chose qui était pas tout le temps associé au monde de l'opéra, là, des beaux chanteurs, là, puis tout ça. Fait que veux pas ça contribue quand même au personnage, là. Puis sa voix, écoute, j'aurais tout donné pour l'entendre en concert, ce chanteur-là. Là, c'est...
So well for the Anglophones there, Corelli, number 7. Because I mean he's the prince of the opera. He's a continuation, in Charles' opinion, of Mario Lanza, in the way that he had the looks too. You know, he has the looks. He had the stage presence. He was electrifying, really, like a stage animal, really. He didn't want to go to the stage, but once he wants to stage, it's let's rock baby time, you know. so yes, actually I wanted to acknowledge a little bit before we continue the people in the chat. Thanks for your comments, many comments there. Kyla Rachel is saying that Corelli is easily for her number 3.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't disagree. We can talk about that. We can talk. Give us your full list. The thing is, it's easy to say, for me, number 2 is this one. But what is the full list? Because again, you're gonna have to leave somebody out. Once you start thinking about it, you're like, oh. So don't disagree with you number 3, but then who's number 2? Who's number 4? You know?
Ouais.
So
quatre surtout là, c'est en arrière pour. Mais tu sais, puis là, le coup de Corelli, c'est parce que là, on a une liste de 10 personnes, mais la première personne dans la liste, c'est pas nécessairement le chanteur que j'écoute le plus souvent là, tu sais.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, we were trying to take history and career and all that and technique in consideration. Dwayne Richardson, thanks for the information. Actually, get a perform. Yeah, he's saying there Italian, French, Russian, English, Swedish, Czech, German, and Latin. He performed operas in 8 languages.
Of course,
Yeah, of course. Latin. Let's throw some Latin. Let's throw some Arabic opera there.
Qui va aller vérifier de toute façon, c'est.
Well, Dwayne Richardson did it for us, so I thank him. And another information he gave, I think he gave us that Ged actually died in 2017. Rest in peace. Great singer, great contribution to the world of opera. So I guess let's move on then. Number 6.
Number 6. Moi, j'ai mis Melchior.
Melchior, oh!
Répertoire allemand, pour moi, c'est vraiment... Non, ben, je sais, Sébastien, toi, t'aimes beaucoup tout ce qui est Wagner, là, mais...
Germanique.
Ouais. Non, ben, pour moi, il est 6e, puis...
It's a good place.
Lui, c'est vraiment une contribution qui est très dans un répertoire très ciblé. Là. On s'entend que son impact, c'est surtout dans le Wagner. Mais le Wagner à lui-même, c'est tellement gros, puis ce gars-là, il a comme vraiment marqué l'apparition du baryténor, là, vraiment le ténor qui sonne quasiment comme un baryton. Là, puis,
well, we have some earlier than that also with Vin Gassen.
Melchior, il y avait vraiment ce côté.
Was after, huh?
Il y a vraiment...
Was it Gassen? Yeah.
Right after?
Leo Slezak. There's a lot of other German, but the thing with Melchior is that he is unrivaled in terms of the amount of the biggest Wagnerian roles that he did. He did them all. He did Siegfried, Tristan. I think there's only Die Meistersinger he never did on stage, but he sang the arias from it. Really the greatest Helden tenor of all time, I would say.
Ouais. Puis moi, ce que je trouve vraiment surprenant, parce que, puis écoute, puis ça, c'est un goût personnel, là, je trouve qu'il y a beaucoup de chanteurs allemands qui ont une technique que moi, j'aime.
They're not good, German.
They're not good.
OK, guys, si on commence à parler de même, on va se lancer juste, là, hein?
No.
I didn't name names.
We're joking around.
Non, ben bon, c'est ça. Mais Melchior, moi, je trouve qu'il y a une technique vraiment incroyable. Puis que, tu sais, je trouve que c'est quasiment proche de la tradition italienne là, dans sa façon de chanter. T'écoutes ses notes aiguës, là, le squeal là-dedans, là, la brillance. Hein,
yeah.
C'est vraiment. En tout cas, moi, c'est pour ça que je l'ai mis 6e. Puis son impact historique, ben, dans le rôle, dans tout ce qui est Wagner, c'est significatif. Là,
Yeah, so that's number 6?
Oui.
So number 6, Lauris Melchior, Helden tenor, the Helden tenor prototype, also for generations to come. Actually, a good thing to know about Melchior is that he was firstly he was a baritone, and this became actually a sort of tradition with German tenors to be trained or have kind of a lower type of voice at the beginning of their studies to actually become after Helden tenors. However, this is dangerous because then people think, if I'm a baritone and then I switch to tenor, I'm going to be Helden. That's not the case all the time. It's really, he was a true, already dramatic type of voice, even as a baritone. So, and actually that makes sense because German repertoire, particularly Wagner, doesn't go that high. It's not like Italian opera. It's not like Italian bel canto, particularly. But you have to have a lot of power in your middle and high voice, and that kind of voices. I mean, the dramatic Helden tenor, or not dramatic Helden, but the Helden tenor. That's where his power lies. It's a power that is from the middle of the voice up to A, and many baritones can actually have that kind of power too. The thing is, I mean, are they gonna endure singing Wagner, So but he was a prototype for that. He made it possible, and he made kind of the way to go kind of thing, the path to follow for somebody that wants to do similar, has this similar qualities in the
Puis,
voice.
tu sais, faut mettre aussi en contexte pour les gens qui connaissent pas trop comment est-ce que le Wagner ça se passait. Tu sais, c'était des opéras qui étaient comme spécifiquement conçus pour ça, pour que les cuivres puissent se faire entendre partout dans la salle. Là. Si je me rappelle bien, il y avait même des tunnels en dessous de la salle pour mettre une partie de l'orchestre. Là. C'était vraiment...
Yeah, Bayreuth is basically under the stage, the orchestra. So that kind of...
Ça demande un volume incroyable de la part du chanteur pour être capable de juste se faire entendre. Fait que, en plus de ça, de bien chanter à travers tout ça, là, ça demande vraiment un talent incroyable. Là.
Yeah. All right, so we're what, 6?
Ouais, 6.
6. Okay, 5.
5. Bon, celle-là, on l'attendait, hein? Mario del Monaco, il favoloso.
Mario del Monaco, il favoloso Mario del Monaco. So we already talked a little bit about him before. I guess if Niels or Sebastien want to add something about Mario del Monaco.
No, it's good.
I just want to say it's also my number 5. Just because he changed the game for the dramatic tenors. He just everybody was trying to emulate him. Yeah, nothing else to say.
Puis moi, c'est un des chanteurs que j'écoute le plus.
I just honestly, I just don't like his face. To be honest with you guys, like I just don't like his face. Like I look at his face and I'm like, it's just like if he was like somebody that I knew, I know I would hate that guy. I would be like, yes, he's an amazing singer, amazing singer, but I just cannot see his face. Please get out.
Tu peux pas aimer ce gars-là en personne. Là, il est tellement, il prend toute la salle. Là, il rentre, les gens arrêtent de parler. Puis,
les batailles d'ego entre lui et Calas, man.
Yeah, a lot of ego, of course. That's another thing that I don't like. It just shocks me, Actually, talking about the Battle of Egos with Callas, there's a recording for that, I think, in Mexico, Aida. Yeah, but Callas won that one. So, go check it out with E-flat. It was crazy.
Mais en termes d'enregistrement, moi, Mario, celui que je préfère, la soprano que j'aime le mieux entendre, c'est Tebaldi. Moi,
Tebaldi, yeah. With Del Monaco, that couple there. Pardon? Yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
Moi, je trouve que les deux marchent bien ensemble.
No, great.
Tu sais, Callas, j'aime mieux l'entendre avec Corelli, mais tu sais, c'est des goûts personnels, là, rendus là.
Yeah. I like Callas with Di Stefano particularly, but yeah, I agree with Del Monaco and Tebaldi because they have almost the same type of approach, vocal approach, a little bit, like this metallic sound and a lot of chest type related voice for her, particularly Tebaldi. The way she closed those vocal cords and the kind of abrasiveness of the sound and metallic, it's really nobody really sings like that.
They're similar in the proximity to the text and the feeling of the feeling of it comes out in sound. This feeling of the drama comes out in sound rather than in articulation of the voice. And its proximity to the heart is a little bit. Both of them are a bit removed, as opposed to, say, if you paired. I mean, Di Stefano and Callas. It's hard on sleeve. Every molecule you can read everything about what they're thinking, and with Tebaldi and Delmonico, it's just like a phenomenon. It's just like a sound, and it's more a part of a whole rather than a personal expression.
Yeah. I like that description actually. Yeah. So that's number 5.
Yes.
Okay.
OK. Bon, mon quatrième, je l'ai hésité beaucoup avec le troisième, là, mais bon, je regrette un peu mes choix, là, mais faut vivre avec ce qu'on décide dans la vie.
Ouais.
Donc, j'ai mis Jilly en quatrième. Hein. C'est... Aujourd'hui,
Jilly.
Ouais, c'est ça. À y repenser, peut-être que j'aurais mis en troisième. Je vais parler de mon troisième tout de suite.
No,
c'est tant qu'à faire.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Jilly, top 4. Top 4 is a good Jilly. I mean, who's going to say no to that? I think it's a bit high. I would put it more high in the sense I would put it more around the... I'm not going to tell you, but not 4. Maybe...
Alright, you do.
So yeah, let's jump now. Number 3.
Ben moi j'ai mis Björling. Moi ce que
Björling.
Ben ouais, c'est technique vocale incroyable. Moi j'aime le personnage. Là. J'aime comment ce qui se présente. Tu sais, c'est ok sur le stage c'est une chose, mais tu sais juste comme tu regardes qu'est-ce que sa personnalité dégage. Ça, mais pour ce qui est son apport historique, ben, tu sais, c'est le répertoire allemand qu'il a fait, là, moi, je trouve qu'il est vraiment pas assez connu, puis je pense que ça vaut la peine.
Est-ce que tu as des trucs particuliers à recommander dans le répertoire allemand?
Répertoire allemand, pas sur le bout des doigts comme ça, là, mais il y en a plein. Il faut juste prendre la peine de vraiment les chercher.
Mais tu parles des leaders, j'imagine?
Ouais, des leaders.
Ok, des leaders. Ok, ouais. Donc Jussi Berlin qui chante des leaders. On a déjà parlé de Jussi Berlin un peu au début de l'émission avec Olivier. Et je pense que aussi tu as un extrait vidéo à montrer. Mais premièrement, je veux reconnaître que there's Hugo Laporte. Hugo Laporte est baryton Hugo Laporte. Il attend un peu pour rentrer dans le chat. Je vais laisser attendre, s'il te plaît, Hugo, attendre. On va jouer ce clip-là. Ah, il est là. Bon, OK. Il s'est collé dans l'émission. Ben, bonjour, Hugo. Je te vois pas, là, mais bonjour.
Moi non plus, pas encore.
Comment ça? Ah, je vois pas. J'ai écouté Salut. Est-ce que vous avez écouté Salut?
Ah, non, mais se connecte.
He's connecting Hugo Laporte right now. Donc, mon technicien, écoute, Charles, je sais pas si tu l'as passé les vidéos encore.
Ben en fait, on va écouter la vidéo d'Olivier si on est capable de le mettre.
Les vidéos de Jussi Björling. Alors, s'il vous plaît,
Salut.
Brandon.
Allô.
Salut.
Hey.
Bonjour, Hugo, ça va bien?
Salut, ouais, en fait, j'attendais avant de mettre ma caméra, j'attendais, là.
Merci merci de venir. Je sais que tu étais avec tes enfants, alors tu as pris un petit moment pour venir ici dans ces conversations.
C'est une invitation.
Et là, on est rendu à 7 chanteurs. On pourrait se monter un opéra, là.
Ouais, juste des gars.
4 tenors and 2 baritones.
I want to be better.
Alright, donc on était, Hugo, juste pour te placer un peu dans le temps de l'émission, on était dans le numéro 3 de Top 10 de Charles Brocchiero. Donc il a dit que c'était Jussi Björling. Alors on va finir avec lui premièrement. Et puis voilà, on va continuer à parler. Alors, numéro 2. Allô? Charles?
Oui.
You fell asleep.
C'est parce que mon clavier...
What's your number 2?
Ah, mon number 2. Alright, c'est Caruso. C'est...
Caruso number 2.
Number 1.
Okay, well, so wait. So Olivier had Caruso what, number 1?
Yep.
Okay, so we have Caruso number 2, Charles, Caruso number 1, Olivier. And I guess, yeah, we already talked about Caruso. We're going to talk more about Caruso later on. I have a special thing that I prepare about Caruso. So who's your number one?
Ok, est-ce que vous êtes capable de le deviner ou j'y vais?
Number one. Okay, take your guess, everybody. Niels.
Andrea Bocelli.
Exactly. It's Pavarotti.
Ok.
Are you?
Ok, ben moi j'avais mis Olivier Dallaire, là, mais.
Okay, Niels number one says Pavarotti. Olivier, who?
Pavarotti.
Is Pavarotti? Oh, wow, he guessed right away. Okay, you were counting Niels, actually.
Non, ben on est, tu vas par élimination.
Yeah, exactly, because he said, no Pavarotti. I haven't heard Pavarotti, so. All right, so Pavarotti, well, yeah, that's a good choice. I mean.
Son impact dans le monde entier est incroyable, puis technique parfaite. Là, je veux dire, qu'est-ce que tu veux de plus? Là?
Yeah, so right there, thanks to Brandon for bringing that in. So right there, you can see the top 10 tenors by Charles Brocchiero, Bariton, Franco Bonisoli, Placido Domingo, Nicola Guerra, etc. You can read. I'm not going to read for you. I'm too tired now. So yes, any thoughts about this, guys? About this list? Do you agree there's something that you strongly disagree or strongly agree?
It's starting to look a lot more like my list. Yeah. Not like Olivier's.
But,
Ouais, ça a l'allure. Moi, Pavarotti, justement, j'aurais tendance à le mettre soit le premier, mais ça dépend des goûts, mais c'est sûr que si t'aimes qu'est-ce qu'il fait, c'est sûr que c'est le meilleur. Là, si t'aimes ce style de chant-là, là, c'est vraiment... Il y a personne
okay, you're taking me here. What do you mean by that style of singing?
Ben, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a une voix qui est... on reconnaît très, très, très facilement son thème. Là. Je veux dire, il n'y a aucun doute quand on entend Pavarotti. Son son est toujours aussi complètement... Il est toujours plein. C'est comme... moi, c'est un peu... C'est le genre de chanteur que quand je vais entendre Pavarotti, il n'y a rien d'autre qui peut me satisfaire. Personne d'autre qui peut me satisfaire. mais si je veux entendre une pièce de répertoire spécifique, c'est rare que Pavarotti, c'est mon premier choix.
Ah, ouais, intéressant, oui.
C'est comme s'il y a tellement sa couleur, puis son style, puis sa voix vraiment un peu nasillarde, mais tellement bien contrôlée. En tout cas, c'est comme un peu indescriptible comme voix. Là, puis moi,
dans Donizetti, là, Pav, là, c'est mon numéro 1. Puis si je veux écouter du Donizetti, je vais écouter lui. Là.
Ouais.
Il est très difficile à battre dans le répertoire bel canto, je dois dire.
Toujours la perfection, lui, dans le bel canto. Là,
ouais.
So I'm gonna, so I guess, to complement what you're saying, that Pavarotti has a lot of charisma in the voice, like a voice with a lot of personality. Well, I guess that's why some people think Nessun Dorma is the Pavarotti song, They say, play the Nessun Dorma by Pavarotti,
C'est une des chansons que j'ai le plus chanté, mais c'est pas lui que je pense quand j'ai écouté. Non, là, c'est... Mais, écoute, la Donna Immobile avec lui, c'est...
Oui.
Yeah, well, yes, of course. So, Niels, any last thoughts about this list?
No, that looks awesome. That looks great. I love it.
All right, great. So I guess it's time to move on to Niels Brown and his lists.
Boy.
So, who are your top tenors? First off, I want you to tell me why, or tell us why you chose this. Then, like, what was your criteria?
Okay, well, this is what I wanted to mention. It wasn't specifically opera that we were that was proposed, that I was asked about. So
it's true. I say yeah.
I tried to make a list that included song, the leader and chanson, and what have you. So I've tried to. It's a little bit blended, and there's an oratorio singer in there as well, principally. But I have alternates. So my list is extremely messy. I've about 15 of them, and there's so I've got alternates. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, well, yes, we're going to explain as we go. Yeah.
Okay. And why don't I start at the top, and that'll go quicker, and then it might be more.
You're going to go with number one first?
I think
Okay, let's do that. That's cool. Yeah, no problem.
just Caruso.
Mm.
And
Caruso.
I think, well, first of all, he was, of course, the first recorded real star of anything. And I think for that reason, he was, the fact that he was, I think he's also of note because he was a Neapolitan, as you mentioned before, and with the extra vowel, I think that colored, I think the microphone liked his voice for this reason. And I think that's apart from his personality and his talent, but I think that extra darkness in his voice, the microphone liked it a lot. And that's one of the reasons why he was successful. And for that reason, with his success, everyone who came after him, I think it's colored by that, is influence, as an influence.
All right, great.
Have anything to?
No, I mean, I agree. I think Caruso is on the top for sure. I don't know if it's my number one, but
Je sais pas si on va faire vraiment un débat avec lui. Hein?
My first,
yeah, like it's like, oh yeah, we agree. Okay.
my first three are tenors who became who let's say became famous and then moved horizontally, shall we say, and became crossover stars to world stars. So the next two are Gilli and Pavarotti.
Gilli and Pavarotti. Okay. Why Gilli and Pavarotti and not Pavarotti? Gilli? Is there like really a reason for that, or like you could interchange them?
No, I think Gilli.
I'm a Pavarotti fan, by the way.
Gilli had the facility to do the Verdismo more convincingly. With Pavarotti, it was more of an extension of what he could do as a lyric tenor, and Gilli could really do the smallest crazy pianissimo, and then he added alternate notes and say. He added, there's some notes which remain in like the high B in Guardate pazzo son guardate. He added notes, alternate notes, which are still there today. It's just
he was okay. The first, okay.
He was just an animal, on the stage. It seems to me. I mean, we don't have film. We have, as far as I know, only one recording of him. Live, but what you hear is it's just pandemonium when he sang, and I don't think that Pavarotti. I mean, there was pandemonium, but it's because we're in the presence of a great artist, and he's doing incredible vocal things with tons of heart, but it wasn't like a part of the drama he wasn't as integrated into the drama, let's say.
And the ability also to sing soft, basically. This soft singing by Gilli is just like a God-given. I'm sorry, I don't think you can learn that.
On n'entend plus beaucoup ça aujourd'hui. Hein? C'est les chanteurs modernes. Je pense qu'il y a une affaire de mode aussi, là, c'est que c'est plus nécessairement quelque chose que les gens vont chercher dans les ténors. Mais,
you think so, yeah.
Puis, mais pourtant, là, c'est sûr qu'il y a des gens, des ténors qu'on connaît pas qui sont capables de le faire. Là. Ça, c'est officiel. Mais c'est ça, je pense que c'est plus à la mode. Pourtant, c'est vraiment quelque chose d'impressionnant quand t'entends ça.
Yeah, he could go from from zero to like a storm, like in like there, boom.
Oui. Non, c'est une voix qui est difficile à comprendre. On comprend pas comment ça marche.
Yeah.
Je pense que c'est une voix ultra légère, puis là, tout d'un coup, boum, lyrique.
Exactly, like lyric and even spinto sometimes.
Ouais, ben t'écoutes son Luce Van Listel, puis c'est comme, oh, c'est riche, la voix, là.
He can comfortably, you wouldn't think so, listening to other things, but he can comfortably sing a chénier.
C'est vrai. Man, chénier de G, c'est hallucinant. Moi, c'est ce qu'on dit depuis tantôt, là, comment il prend les notes en pianissimo, même pianissimo, et puis après, boum, ça explose. Là, c'est...
Non, c'est vraiment un grand maître.
Yeah, and I think he works at it. There's the famous story about Pavarotti meeting him and having to wait downstairs, and he's like, I thought there must be 2 tenors, there must be 3 tenors, there must be 4 different tenors. So yeah, so
All right.
he was a great human being. It's a real shame that he got mixed up in the fascism thing, but
Oh yeah.
that's, I think, quite peripheral to his career, I think. So,
All right.
have we covered Pavarotti?
So let's weigh on Pavarotti, because I have the impression we're going to be talking about it more. So I guess let's leave a little bit of cake for later.
Okay. So you want me to move on?
Yes. So right now the count is like this: it's Caruso, Gili, Pavarotti. No. So from first to third, we're doing upside down for Niels. He likes it more like that.
John Vickers.
John Vickers. Wow. Okay, number 4.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, this is controversial, I have to say.
Really?
I don't know.
In the
Like
top
you're
10.
leaving
I would say in the
because
top 10.
Niels.
Moi, je n'aime pas Vickers. Là.
Oh, shut up!
Désolé, là, je n'aime pas Vickers.
Well, I like Vickers, but the thing is, the problem for me is who you're not gonna put because of this. That's always been that's the problem with my own list. I'm already like thinking, oh, I should maybe change it without telling the guys.
T'as pas le droit même.
But you have to. If you're going to eliminate him, you're eliminating one of the greatest Tristan to my mind, with the great recording with Herbert von Karajan, which is just staggering. The last act is the monologue. It's unbelievable, and the best. He's got 3 operas where he's
Othello, I would say.
Canio.
I'm sorry.
Canio. He's an incredible Canio.
The best Peter Grimes, it's
Peter Grimes too. I forgot.
I'd love to hear arguments to the contrary, but as recorded, and we should say that there are great performers out there that we haven't heard. And,
of course, that's a good point.
And they are great singers, and we haven't heard all their performances, and there are greats out there. But with Vickers, you have such a connection to the text, and he was also he's at the same time very fidel to the text, and at the same time a big rule breaker with his scooping and orneriness, let's say.
I actually, you know what I liked in the oratoire also. I liked him.
That's right.
Yeah.
And,
well, he was a very, I think, religious person too.
Ouais.
Yeah.
Yes.
Je pense que c'est juste à la fin de sa vie qu'il avait commencé à faire des choses qu'il considérait plus païennes. Là. Il y avait des opéras, je pense le Rheingold.
There's some operas that he would never do. I don't know which ones are they, but he said no, that goes against my values.
Tannhäuser and Siegfried, the third Siegfried.
Okay, great.
We should do a podcast as to why. I've never been able to figure out why he didn't do it.
Maybe the high notes. I think that's.
Yes, he said that.
No, but I think that's what it is. If the Satura is higher than Siegmund, he would feel very comfortable with Siegmund, Tristan, all the lower kind of the Helden tenor roles. So, but Siegfried is very high. Tannhäuser is also higher.
He had a philosophical something against high notes. Yes. Shall I go on? Del Monaco.
Yeah. Okay, so that's you're going. Where are we? Number 5, no?
Number 5.
Del Monaco, Mario del Monaco. Okay, okay.
And he's just a personality, and also a lot of these guys are mavericks. A lot of them are they break the rules, and he said, no, please don't anyone ever try to sing like me, for example.
That's hilarious.
Mais il y a aussi Del Monaco qui a pris la phrase dans Pagliacci, il dit au lieu que ce soit le baryton qui dit la commedia finita, lui il l'a fait
Oui,
Même
oui.
il a chanté le prologue qui est vraiment pas à lui, mais il fait juste ce genre de truc. Là.
Ah ben, vous l'avez entendu chanter Largo al Factotum? Ça, c'est drôle.
Ah, there's yeah, Del Monte.
Ouais, ça,
Très
c'est
drôle.
drôle.
It's difficult to describe how individual he is. And we all understand who he is. It's difficult to describe to somebody who's not familiar
Yeah,
with.
well,
It's kinda
just
like-
watch. Please go watch to get really this personality. Watch the thing I told you on YouTube. You look for Il Fabuloso Mario del Monaco.
Ah.
It's a documentary. They go to his house and he goes crazy. That's all I can say. He goes crazy. He starts screaming at his wife for food. He goes and puts these weird goggles to watch TV. Then he goes to the pool and does these really awkward stretches while he
guys don't
sings
do that at
Othello.
home? You guys don't do that at home?
Yeah, I'm always screaming in my pool, you know.
Burning.
It's what's required of it.
Here.
That's the par for the course. That's the bare minimum, you see.
Then the worst part for me is not the worst part. The funniest part is when he puts Pagliaccio, and then he starts mimicking. He puts Pagliaccio himself singing Pagliaccio, the aria Vesti la
Yeah, of
Juve,
course.
and he starts mimicking with it. Recitar mentre presa della lid. Oh my God! I said no. This guy is really.
J'ai mis le vidéo en commentaire sur le...
So the video is there. Thanks, but don't go yet. Please stay
Okay.
with us.
Okay. I just put the video.
can
It's
talk-
so great.
We can talk about his ego, but we can also talk about his humility. That he had difficulty listening to himself, and he used the phonograph to correct himself. And his work with Otello. I mean, just said the best Otello, of course. Now I think Mr. Delmonico is the best Otello, actually.
I agree with you
but-
100%.
Ça,
Yeah,
c'est-
I'm ready.
And the work he did, like making this, it's like a sculpture that he worked on for his entire life, his entire singing life. And you can hear the different corners he takes. Also, I think it's notable that in his career that he started out, it's my opinion, that he started out singing a bit too heavy, and that he made, even after a massive amount of success, as the top success you can have, apart from being a crossover artist, he corrected his vocal technique and made it a little bit more angular, a little bit more rather than pulpy sort of freight train like.
Yeah.
He started sending it out like this, and it became much healthier, I think. I think
I didn't know.
that's an accomplishment as well, and that's to his credit.
Yeah, and yes, where you're talking about too about humility, and then sometimes we don't know this because we hear this great voice and we say, this guy, you know, like he has everything, but he was very perfectionist, and he really got mad that he actually didn't have that mezza di voce, that kind of Gilly thing where he goes really soft, and he really tried. Really, it's not because he didn't try; he really tried. And many times there's stories about him trying to get this effect on the voice and really like being angry about it. And and so just to say he was a perfectionist at that point. He wasn't just saying, "Oh, look at me, I'm the best."
He was never happy about his performance. I know one of my teachers was a student of his, and he told me. He came every night after every performance. He went home and just doing warm-ups again and trying cadenzas again and high notes again until like late in the night. Every performance. So he was really never happy about his technique. So yeah,
Amazing.
Kind of humility. Yeah.
All right, Neil. So so our number 5, Del Monaco.
I think it's a good time to say we're halftime break. So I'd like to say also that there are some singers currently singing right now.
Yeah.
They're just a bit too close for us to be able to decide whether.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, I like that you make a comment because I was thinking about making a comment about that. Yes, it's difficult to place like a Jonas Kaufman. Like let's say if we talk about him in 100 years or not as much, but maybe 50 years. what are we going to be thinking about him? Like, is he going to be in the top 10 or many others? You know, Javier Camarena. There's so many. Juan Diego Flores, really great technicians. So yeah, thanks for acknowledging that.
Brownlee.
Brownlee, yes.
Is having gangbusters, you know, and Rockwell Blake's in that category. He's made it into our lists. Okay, so number 6, Franco Corelli.
Yeah.
And we've him, and if only for he's the guy that every young tenor singing, trying to learn how to sing, has asked himself.
That's so funny.
Why am I doing this?
Perché?
It's finished, you know. Yeah. So, but
I think it's dangerous for voice students. You know, they're always. I don't know about you guys, but I lived that Corelli times. And I'm pretty sure you know other people have lived through those Corelli times where you're like trying to really imitate him. I don't think that's bad, but I think it's dangerous. You know, it's really difficult. This guy has a monster voice, and then you're kind of hammering your throat against the wall, you know, by doing that.
Hey Hugo, j'ai une question pour toi.
Ouais.
Toi, étant le seul autre baryton de la conversation, là, est-ce que tu as eu une phase Corelli?
Non, pas au niveau du son, mais certainement au niveau du legato puis
Ok.
de la projection. Ouais, il m'a inspiré beaucoup là.
Ouais.
Non, mais ça
commence là, non, pas vraiment, mais finalement, oui, c'était vraiment une grande influence dans ma vie.
Disons, c'est pas, tu sais, comme baryton, on peut pas dire, je peux pas me dire, je vais imiter, tu sais, parce qu'ils chantent pas les mêmes airs.
Non, c'est
pas le même registre. Mais c'est juste la façon générale dont ils chantent là.
Il ouvrait aussi beaucoup dans le passage, donc pour un baryton, c'est peut-être pas une super idée. Ils ouvraient jusqu'à la fin de sa carrière, ils ouvraient de plus en plus, des fois jusqu'à un sol, là, quand ils chantent.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Les sols sont vraiment ouverts, t'es comme, oh my god.
C'est ça, tandis qu'il y en a d'autres qui fermaient plus tôt, là, comme le Monaco puis d'autres. Ouais.
All right, so number 5, no, I'm lost. Number 6, Corelli.
I even have 10. So, but here I actually. Okay, so here I get messed up because I thought we were trying to include a bit of song and oratorio.
Yeah. But no, that's cool too. That's cool. What I meant with opera, actually, a little bit ignorant or not well expressed on my part is I meant like classical singers.
Yep.
So yes, that's.
No, we're going to go for opera. I had Anthony Rolfe Johnson there. Because he taught us all that you can always sing more beautifully. But I'm going to. He's gone, and I'm going to.
You're gonna change your mind here.
I'm going to put Raoul Jobin.
Raoul Jobin, yeah.
He's my favorite.
Yeah.
Followed closely by Richard Verreau.
Great.
Yeah. You say Monsieur Jobin opens like he sings very on the edge. Technically, it's things very dangerous that he opens.
Mais c'est excitant.
C'est vrai que c'est excitant.
T'as toujours peur qu'il craque là, tu sais.
Ouais.
Juste à dire, je pense que c'est le premier ténor français qu'on mentionne ce soir. Hein?
Québécois.
Québécois, Richard Verreau.
C'est ça que je voulais dire, oui.
Ouais.
Actually, Richard Verreau, I'll let Niels elaborate on that and those two, because I mean I don't think it's in anybody's list. I wouldn't guess they are in anybody's list. So yeah, please let us know more.
These are my favorite French tenors. So I'm going to count them as a hybrid, like they're my two guys for the French repertoire. So, and yes, Jobin sang extremely open, and but Verreau was actually even more crazy. And even though he produced maybe a bit more classically, he was the more wild one. I think like he let loose quite a bit more. And it cost him, but yeah, those are my guys. So I'm not a huge specialist on this, but I love their singing in all the classic arias, and they had marvelous careers and world beating careers. Let's face it.
Yeah, yeah. And actually, I don't know where I took this story about the Verro and the connection to. I don't want to tell because I have to verify about this, but I don't know if you know about something that when Mario del Monaco came and when Verro kind of had to convince him to go on stage. You know about this?
Oh.
It seems I don't know if this is true, but I don't even have checked the dates for both tenors, if it's even possible. But I think I read it in some Claude Gingras thing that the Claude Gingras, the critic, that Verro went into Mario del Monaco was pissed off about something not being like he wanted to, and then he was in Montreal and didn't want to go sing.
Oh.
And Verro went backstage and convinced him. He kind of said, I don't know what. I wish I could remember exactly the quotation that he said, but it was something that shook Del Monaco to really say, "Oh, yeah, well, you're right. Let's make this show happen." So yeah, a little anecdote that I think we connect good with Del Monaco and Verro.
Pour l'instant, c'est juste une rumeur là, mais.
No.
Okay,
check it out. But it's
a
in
scoop,
the back of my
guys.
mind.
We're having a scoop on this podcast.
It's in the back of my mind, like I love reading particularly anecdotes from opera, even more than following singers. I like even more the anecdotes. So it's kind of the back of my. I have to check, but check that out. Verro Monaco. There's a story about that.
Okay. Cool.
So we're up to number 7 with.
Okay. I'm going for the heavy German repertoire and a little bit of an unknown, but one who's always a hero, Hans Hopf, Helden tenor.
Yes, I actually didn't know this tenor before, and then I listened. You sent me a couple of days ago a link for Hans Hopf. You sent me 2 links actually, the Nessun Dorma in German, and which Tannhäuser.
Tannhäuser, yeah.
Yeah, Tannhäuser, and wow, like what a voice! It's like a German Caruso. Would you agree with me in that? Like the tone of the voice.
The combination of fluidity and extreme heaviness is extreme pulpiness and great declamation. This is what I miss in baritones who become Helden tenors. Is that they don't move their passaggio. You can't move your passaggio up, or not for long. Anyway, or not very effective. And he can just like hit these notes so convincingly around the E flat, E, F.
Yeah, you mean like with open vowels?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Even with a tenor like Jonas Kaufmann, he really has to be trying to not think about. He has to be in a spot where he's not thinking so much vocally, where he'll start singing those notes open. Otherwise, they're always closed, and it makes this repertoire lacking.
Not
to single out him, but a lot of them are like this.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that, and also I just wanted to make a remark for the public, trying to explain a little bit for those who are not tenors or baritones. Yeah. Baritones have kind of this technique too. You need at certain height of the voice, you need vowel modification, basically. And you need to darken the voice for it to feel free cases, and what Niels is saying is that what happens when a lower voice like a baritone transitions to Helden tenor, they have to do this modification in the scale, lower in the scale, so the text becomes less clear than a natural tenor.
And less spontaneous as well.
Yeah, less spontaneous, less like speaking. And that's why we're gonna discuss Di Stefano in some of the future lists. And that's a thing, for example, if you want a clearness of vowels, clearness of text, you look at Di Stefano, and he was really a natural tenor, and he could take the passaggio up to A flat. Really, you listen to Napolitan songs, and he screams that the A flat, and actually sounds good. I don't know how he does that, but
I think with that Neapolitan repertoire, I think that's an effect he went for. I don't think he was like he wanted to be like a guy in the bar singing, or like a guy who's not that good a singer. He's sort of that's because he doesn't really do that in his listen to his E Lucevano le Stelle, and he has a good capacity to do whatever he wants up on
yeah, but I mean, to your point, he's capable of that because he comes from already like a higher register. When you're like a Jonas Kaufman, it's not a strike against Jonas or even a criticism. Is that because he has a lower, more depth to the voice, more darkness, he kind of has to go to that cupo place, that cover, what the Italians call cover place, where the voice becomes darker earlier in the scale, and then it can be perceived as less expressive of the text. So,
but there you go. There you see Hans Hopf is a heavier voice than Jonas Kaufmann by quite a lot.
Yeah, that's interesting too. Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
it's he's there in my list for that, really, because so bring attention to him, because you don't have to squash your voice just to sing the Wagnerian repertoire. It can be sung out just like Vickers. Both of my choices in that are good, easy declamation, and but his smooth lines are just, I mean, Hans Hopf, he's great.
Okay, so Niels, what do you think? Sorry to interrupt you. What do you think? We showed that clip that you. I chose actually apart from the Nessun Dorma in German. This is an Italian opera, an Italian aria.
Okay. Well, if you like, he really is like a Helden tenor for.
Yeah, I agree with.
But he's quite elegant, I find.
I agree with you. It's just that for the purpose of the program, I couldn't really play the Tannhäuser. Like, Wagner is more difficult to find the moments. So I thought, well, Nessun Dorma gives a good idea of what the voice is really. But check him in the German repertoire, please, in German opera, Wagnerian particular. So yes, Brandon, our technician, please have the. All right, what an amazing singer! Thanks, Neil, for that découverte. Really, for me, I don't know if the other guys have heard before about this wonderful tenor, but
Moi, je le connaissais pas. Je suis vraiment surpris comment est-ce qu'il a réussi à bien faire la note aiguë à la fin. Là, parce que
Yeah.
c'est une note facile avec tout le poids de la chanson là, qui vient avant. Là. Puis qu'il a réussi à faire ça. Puis c'était comme brillant quand même. Là. C'était pas.
Yeah.
Ouais, non, c'est décidément, je pense que c'est un bon choix, mon cher.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Oui, je ne connaissais pas.
I think he's just so that our lists aren't all the same, and I think he was recognized. He was a camera singer and sang at the Met, but a little bit out of the way. So.
And I had actually a comment about his high note. And I wanted actually your advice as a singer for this. Your advice, well, your opinion really about this. Is the high note of big voices like that, a Helden tenor or a dramatic tenor? They sound to me like really like falsetto oriented, like very gentle. Like that high note was really like a, I don't know, like a supportive falsetto kind of thing. So, yeah, I wanted to know if you agree with this or you disagree.
It's quite a heady kind of technique up there for him, I'd say.
Yeah.
So if that's what you mean, yes, it's a very, very well integrated voice that way.
Have you observed this with like bigger low voices? Not he's a tenor still, but I mean,
No,
compared to a Pavarotti, you know, the approach is a lot more. It seems to me like the voice really becomes very flowery or very gentle, you know.
I think it might be by necessity. Like James King had very nice, free, heady high notes as well. I hadn't noticed that before. But yeah, James King had a kind of fruitiness up in those notes, and
yeah, James King, another amazing dramatic Helden tenor.
René Collo also had a good capacity up there. It happens.
Yeah, I see what you mean now. It's like if the way le poids de la voix qui est dans le reste de l'aria à l'aigu, c'est comme s'il n'est plus là finalement. Là. On voit qu'il n'est plus encombré par le poids de la voix. Là.
C'est ça, c'est comme si c'est une autre vitesse. Là, il était à...
Mais c'est pas le même genre d'aigu, par exemple, qu'on entend dans l'italien, là, dans les voix plus italiennes. Là,
non, puis ça, il garde tout le soutien, tout le poids de la voix reste, tout en ouvrant pour avoir de la brillance, mais tout le poids de la voix et du soutien reste quand même là. C'est comme si l'aigu est un peu déconnecté au niveau de la vocalité, mais dans la musicalité puis dans la couleur, c'est très beau. Là, ça...
Oui, puis on entend la difficulté technique aussi d'être capable de faire ça.
Bonisoli had a bit of that very, very much mixed voice up high, and he spent a lot of time in Vienna. So I think it's a German, perhaps a German.
Might be.
Il y a quelque chose dans la voix Bonisoli qui est comme plus crémeux, là, qui a vraiment le côté allemand. Là. Je comprends ce que tu veux dire. C'est sûr que son répertoire à lui, c'est vraiment l'italien, là, quand même, mais ouais, je vois ce que tu veux dire. Je suis d'accord.
Yeah, he was at Vienna forever, I believe. All right.
So I have a request here. I'm sorry guys. I check in here some messages actually for Charles to please boost the sound level a little bit.
Sorry.
So if you can just boost it a little, I don't know if it's possible, but if it's possible.
C'est mieux. Oui. Ok, ben je vais mettre comme
yes,
ça.
Yes, that's a little bit better, yeah. And Olivier too. I guess it's my bad. I asked Olivier that he was too loud. But that was a trick, you know. I want to be the loudest person, you know. It's a tenor thing.
On va parler comme ça.
Est-ce que c'est mieux?
Okay.
I don't know. I cannot hear it really, guys. I think everybody has the right levels, but I mean, this was a note from the editor there, so he's listening. So I trust in him 100%. So yes. Where were we? Okay, so we're at number 7, Hans Hopf, tenor, Magnetien.
Okay.
All right. So now we're moving on.
Okay, so I have I put WGD, which is like a triptych, like a hybrid, because I can't decide. So they take the last 2 spots. Fritz Kundalik, Nicolai Gedda, and Giuseppe Di Stefano.
So that's what's your way of including 11 instead of 10.
That's,
Yeah.
that's not
No,
the word.
already somebody cheating. I didn't expect that from you, Niels.
Okay.
Goes the other way.
Okay. Okay, we'll put,
Je suis content d'avoir quelqu'un qui met Gedda dans son top 10. Mes deux amis, là, il est pas dedans.
all right. So let's make for two. Gedda at 8. Sorry, Di Stefano at 9, and Gedda at 10.
Di Stefano 9, Gedda 10. That was the list of Niels. I don't know if do we have Brandon? Do we have available a recap list for? All right, here it is. Niels Brown.
Oh, I missed Richard Tucker.
You missed Richard Tucker, number 8. Oh no, Richard. Okay, we have to please. We have to talk a little bit about Richard Tucker because I really it's not on my list, but I really feel yes.
I'm in New York. I go and touch his statue, which has I think 12 rolls on each of the 4 sides that he sang at the Metropolitan Opera. Again, a consistent thing, fantastic declamation through which is like ability to speak the lines spontaneously and in a horizontal, beautiful legato line. So, and as thrilling as you will ever find. He's really in the lineage of Caruso and Gili.
Okay, I have another story for you about Richard Tucker. Now, it's Adrian and his stories, Don Adriano and his stories about Richard Tucker. Actually, when he was singing at the Met, during the pauses, he was really active in the how do you call that, the trading. So he would.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he asked to have a phone nearby because he had to do his trading during the pauses. So, so you can imagine that.
Et le GD dans la public, ils disent OK, sell.
Oh yeah. So thanks a lot, Niels, for for passing by. I don't know if you can stay around or not.
No,
but
I'm gonna head off. Actually, it's
okay.
really great pleasure, and I'll drop in to watch for a bit, but I should get going. Thank you so much, Adriano.
All right, thanks to you, Niels. Wonderful list.
Bye, Niels.
So yes, can you put the recap list again, please, for Niels, Brandon? So here we see the picks for Niels that just left. Thanks a lot to Niels Brown, great tenor. Huh? I don't know that many people know him in Montreal, but I mean, really great voice, great technique. Yeah, great technique. And I hope we can see him soon performing again. I'm gonna take a sideways a little bit to say that Niels and I and Charles are actually part of the Corona Serenades, where you can order a serenade, and Hugo too. Actually, I'm gonna forget Hugo. Sorry about that. Hugo Laporte. Also, we are a part of coronaserenades.com, where you can order a serenade for somebody that you love, or for yourself, or just for fun. You know, you want to see, for example, Hugo sing Largo al Factotum. Well, why not? You leave a donation. Part of the donation goes to Hugo. He makes a video dedicated for you with the serenade. Niels Brown is there too, me too, and Charles Brocchiero. So don't hesitate there to Corona Serenades and support La Scena Musicale and singers too. So coronaserenades.com. Let's move on right now. Diane Wilson. I'm going to say hi to some people in the chat, so I don't know if any of you... Yes, Diane Wilson. Wonderful broadcast. I'm a big fan of Sébastien Comtois. Yeah.
I've sung a few songs for her. She's my mother-in-law.
Great. Okay. So she's saying he sang Handel's Messiah here on Prince Edward Island a couple of years ago. So, well, thanks, Adrian Wilson, for showing off. There's Giancarlo, my favorite pianist
Ah, oui,
in
Giancarlo.
Montreal.
Hi.
So
Every
he's
singer knows Giancarlo.
every singer knows
Of
Giancarlo.
course.
He has the dope for the singers. So Dwayne Richardson is asking actually, which version of Turandot came first, Italian or German? And Giancarlo actually replied, Italian. Yeah, Italian. Well, I didn't know that was a thing. Which version of Turandot was?
The first for
Is there another Turandot, like a real, like another composition, not at all Puccini?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So Turandot, talking about Turandot, yeah, Olivier,
J'ai vu
what
la
is
pièce
that?
de théâtre, mais je savais pas qu'il y avait une autre.
Il Ferruccio Busoni.
Ah, Ferruccio, but he finished the Turandot.
Well, actually, il y a Alfano qui finit Turandot. Il y a Busoni et puis il y en a un autre qu'on avait vu une fois.
Ah, okay.
Fait que finalement, le compositeur, lui, il s'en allait voir ces opéras-là. Il était comme, je peux faire mes.
Yeah, there's a Chinese composer that finished Turandot as well. It's pretty good. It's lately. That happened lately in the 2000s, I think. So yes, well, talking about Turandot too, it's a Mongolian actually. It's inspired on a Mongolian the princess called Turandot, that well, as is Mongolian tradition, she was capable of fighting men actually, in wrestling them, and she was actually very agile by doing that. And they kind of romanticized it and then transform it in a Chinese thing where she's a goddess, but she was really more of a warrior and like a kick-ass type of woman.
Ça a du sens avec l'histoire aussi, ça a plus de sens.
Yeah, exactly.
Une fille qui coupe les têtes, là, c'est ça, là.
She kind of, yeah, she could do that.
C'est ça.
So who else is here? New in the chat, we have Olivia Barnes. I guess Olivia Barnes Soprano, I think. Raphael Hudson, he was supposed to meet me here. I'm sorry, Raphael, but I thought you said finally you couldn't make it, so that's why I didn't send you the Zoom link. So I guess you can still we still have your list, and we're still gonna show it. Raphael Hudson, a really nice type of baritone type of voice, making me think a little bit of Kaufman in the way that it's a really dark instrument, but still lyric. Philippe Bournival says Turandot versus Gengis Khan deathmatch. This is typical Philippe.
Nice.
So okay, thanks everybody in the chat. Please let us know if you agree with our choices, and if you have your top 10, write it there in the chat. I didn't get that email, Dwayne, by the way. Dwayne told me he sent me a list of his, but I didn't get it. So I guess we'll move on then, because we have here Sébastien Comtois. That is, I'm pretty sure he's really eager to show us his list of 10 tenors. So yeah, so where do you want to start? We start at 10 or start at 1?
We'll start at 10. I'm gonna go. There's a lot that we've already talked about, so maybe because we're running short on time, I'm just gonna go through them.
Yes, let's go.
And I'm just gonna make brief comments. So
yes,
number 10, I have Mr. Domingo.
Mr.
Mr. Domingo. For the reason we've said, I've met him in person. I've met 2
Really?
people. Yeah.
Ah, cool.
At and I asked him, what advice do you have for to win Operalia? He said, come prepared. So I'll I was thinking I was thinking of not doing that, but I'll do it. So for the reason we've said, just his reach within the pop world, also with the 3 tenors, he did more rules than any other tenors I can think of.
All right.
Number 9 is Bjorling. Kind of low on my list. I think he's got an incredible voice. I just want to say that this is not my personal things that I listen to all the time. If it was the case, I'd listen to 9 Helden tenors and Corelli, probably.
Okay.
So, number 9 is Björling, incredible voice, but the reason I think he's so low on the list is he didn't really innovate. He just did things incredibly well. And he kind of gets, for me, désolé Olivier, mais he kind of gets boring.
Okay.
It's boring after a while.
Yeah, he's been accused of that, of being boring already.
Yeah. Number 8 is Di Stefano. I think he's got an incredible natural voice. He messed it up by using no technique. But if you listen to his record, he did there's a recording of his Lucia that he did with Maria Callas, and he sings the sextet of the finale, and he just burst. And it's so theatrical, so amazing.
Yeah, that's
if
Ouais,
somebody
lui, c'est de l'émotion pure, ce gars-là.
Yeah,
c'est ça.
He gave it all. He gave it all. Really,
It's so incredible. And the other person I've met on my list is Mr. Shikov, number 7.
Is that why you put it there?
No, that's not the reason. I just wanted to plug that I know it. So Mr. Shikov, I met him while I was driving for ECAV, and he came. It's a vocal program, and he came, and I was driving, and I was very nervous to meet him because I have big respect for him, and I was thinking about all these things that I was going to ask him, and then before I can even open my mouth, he comes in the car and he says, "So you want to ask me about vocal technique, don't you?" So that's
oh wow, great!
Wow,
he was on it. So the reason I put him there is that he's an incredible singer-actor, I would say. If you look at his Bohème of 1982 with the Royal Opera House, there's Thomas Allen and other famous singers. If you listen to the finale of that, it's just heartbreaking. I've never seen somebody sing like that. And on top of that, he's got such an incredible voice. I think he's very underrated, especially in the 80s.
He's a little bit underrated. However, I wouldn't say, in my opinion, he's not a top 10 for me. That's because I mean there were some issues. Unluckily, there were some issues with him, and he was not known as a constant tenor. He had some psychological stage fright issues, and that really made him cancel many shows. And unluckily, that counts in terms of career. I'm not saying the voice wasn't spectacular, but in terms of career, I have to say that was the main reason I didn't have it in my top 10. Okay. And actually, just Sebastian, I know you sent me a link with Pourquoi me réveiller by Nils Chikov, and so I'd like to jump to that a little bit. So yeah, if this is Pourquoi me réveiller, or at least a part of Pourquoi me réveiller, aria inverter by Massenet, by Nils Chikov, tenor. Too bad I cannot play the whole video, but you can see there already the talent of this tenor, Nils Chikov. chose by Sebastian, number 7, I think, in his list. Is number 7?
It's number 7, yes.
Yeah, and actually a little bit for this is as an just as a remark that I've seen a lot of lighter tenors, and they like the French repertoire, and they think, oh, let's sing some Werther. I think it's a really bad idea because as you can see, Neil Chikov, really big voice, honestly, Spinto voice, and even there you could see that he's competing with the orchestra for that B flat, high B flat. Yeah, like he has a really big voice, and so you have to think twice in French repertoire, like yes, Santonios, yes, that's a light opera, and it's Donizetti. It's not the French Romantics. The French Romantics has big orchestra, so it can be dangerous for young singers, So yeah, I just wanted to kind of put out there because I've seen more and more light lyric tenors trying to attempt Werther, and I just don't find it works,
Originally, it was written for Ernest van Dyck, who was a Belgian Helden tenor. So, and Massenet was a big Wagnerian.
Good to know
also,
this. Okay.
So it's but the tessitura is way higher than the typical Helden tenor. So I'm gonna go on with my list. So I'm at number 6 with the German, the great Wunderlich. Incredible natural voice. I think unsurpassed as a tenor in Mozart, in my personal opinion. For the standard Mozart, I would say. If you can listen to his recording of this Bildnis live that he did in studio, that's an incredible recording. So beautiful.
Yeah, I have to agree with that point. Yeah.
For number 5, I think on the final list we'll agree that number 5 should be Mr. Del Monaco.
Mr. Del Monaco.
Mr. Del Monaco.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, incredible voice. Really the trailblazer for the coming generation, for the people that came after him as dramatic tenors. Many tried to imitate him. Few could. Incredible. Yeah, a lot of people. Ouais, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
Ah non, mais je te vois, Sébastien, comme tu dis, le répertoire dramatique et puis comme.
One day we get there.
If you can listen to his Andrea Chenier from 1954, he sings Undi all'azzurro spazio. Incredible. Oh.
Est-ce que tu parles de celui avec Callas?
Non, ben c'est filmé. It's filmed. It's like a movie kind of thing.
Oui,
but it's
oui.
Incredible.
Moi, c'est l'audio en fait de 55 avec Callas à la Scala où il est vraiment comme au pic et c'est hallucinant.
I think he's in his peak from 48 to 57, I would say.
Ouais, je suis d'accord.
Del Monaco. Number 4. See, if it was my list, that would be my number 1. So that is Lauritz Melchior. So as a young tenor working on that repertoire, he's my guide. Just a incredibly. When you think of Helden tenor, you always hear of the German bark. No finesse, no thing. But this guy had it. This guy really had it. Yeah, really incredible. The only thing he didn't do Strauss. Usually Helden tenors do that, but in terms of Wagner, unsurpassed. My number 3, I would like to apologize to my teacher, Ariane Girard, because she kept saying hashtag Team Corelli, but number 3 is Corelli.
Corelli.
Why? She thinks Corelli is first?
I would, when we talk, I get that impression.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, and understandably so, because he's just so exciting.
Tu vas voir si t'as mal à la gorge dans tes prochains cours de chant, c'est que t'aurais dû le mettre premier.
C'est ça. Tu fais pas cet exercice-là. Alors, the reason why I put him 3rd, well, first of all, I want to say, if you could build a tenor, I think you get Corelli. Just tall, handsome, great voice, singing all the heroes.
Yeah, he's not really my type, you know. I like more.
Get out. So yeah, number 3, I would say Corelli. So the number 2 is of course Pavarotti. Just for, I mean, everybody talks about. Everybody knows Pavarotti. When I sing a concert and people want to congratulate me, they say, "Hey, you sound like Pavarotti." I sound nothing like Pavarotti. Okay. But that's the measure by which modern people measure tenors.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Pavarotti, Domingo, and the other one.
Andrea Bocelli. No, Andrea Bocelli.
The other one.
Andrea Bocelli. If somebody tells you sound like Andrea Bocelli, and
you're in trouble.
Usually, and they don't usually listen to opera, it's a great compliment.
Okay, no, just to back myself up, because I don't want to talk about Andrea Bocelli, because actually I went to the last concert that he did in Montreal, and it was incredible, man. That guy can sing like what? Like it was live, and the guy can like diminuendo on a high C. I didn't understand it. Honestly,
c'est un très bon chanteur, ce gars-là. Il est snobé par tout le monde dans le milieu de la musique
what I appreciate about Bocelli is not on my list, but what I appreciate about number 1, what I appreciate about Bocelli is that he's really democratized opera for a lot of people, and that you gotta get.
Yeah, and I mean, great composer. I mean, these tunes are cool. Like they are good. Like Vivo per Lei, it's a good song.
Good pop classic.
Yeah.
Moi, je dois dire que Andrea Bocelli permet parfois de rentrer à l'opéra. Parce que tu écoutes ces tunes-là, Vivo per Lei, et quand t'es parti là, et puis ça reste dans le cerveau, là. Puis après, bah, tu mets ça, et puis tu vas voir une autre vidéo de Bocelli qui te chante, je sais pas, et hop, t'apparaît Corelli. Et hop,
Corelli.
Hop, Corelli.
Non, puis réussir à percer dans le milieu de la musique quand t'as un handicap aussi, là, ça c'est quelque chose, là.
Oh well, yeah, his story is really crazy. There's a documentary actually on Netflix. It's kind of a little bit cheesy, but still tells you the story. And I mean, that guy really, like, it's amazing, the story, like from being, yeah.
So was that my number 1? I don't remember. No, okay. So
Bocelli was
number 1.
So you were Pavarotti number 2. Now number 1. Number 1.
Number 1.
Ooh, yeah.
Of course. Well, I was gonna do a joke, but it's Caruso. You gotta give it. So here's the reason why. Here's the reason why.
And Bocelli interpret really well. One of the most known Caruso's, the song interpretation was Bocelli, a song by Lucio Dalla, actually. Yeah. But I mean, it's really so I mean, I found the connection there. That's kind of
yeah. So the reason why I put Caruso first is that without Caruso, this list would not exist. The rest of the list would not exist. So enough said. That's enough.
All right, good. Thanks a lot, Sebastián, for the list. There you can see the recap of the top 10 tenors by tenor. Sébastien Comtois.
Oh, sans P, Comtois, sans P.
Look.
C'est correct.
That's an Anglophone who wrote those lists.
It's okay.
So
it's okay.
I'm gonna cut some hands today.
You have to listen to all the Andrea Bocelli recordings.
No, I'm gonna. So let me read it for you for the podcast version. Actually, I forgot about that. So 10, Plácido Domingo. 9, Jussi Björling. 8, Giuseppe Di Stefano. 7, Neil Chico. 6, Fritz Wunderlich. 5, Mario del Monaco. 4, Loris Melchior. 3rd, Franco Corelli. 2nd, Luciano Pavarotti. And 1st, Enrico Caruso. That was the list for Sébastien Comtois Saint-P. Comtois. He's a tenor also. So, well, thanks a lot, Sebastián. I don't know if you want to hang around.
Yes.
You're welcome to hang around
many
still.
Things to say.
Okay, great. So thanks a lot, man. And so I will go now with Mr. Hugo Laporte. He's here. I don't know how long he's gonna be able to stay awake with us. You need some espresso, I think. So So yes, Hugo. I guess I don't have your list. It was kind of an improvisation type of thing on my part. I just said, well, Hugo. I like Hugo, so why not? Let's invite him. I'm pretty sure he has nice things to say about tenors. So yes, what have you thought about this? About your?
J'ai pensé surtout tantôt là aujourd'hui en fait, là, toute la journée, je pensais un peu. Au parc avec ma petite, je pensais à ça. Et, en fait, mon top 5 est quand même pas mal clair. Le reste, c'est un peu n'importe quoi. Mais bon, en gros, cette liste-là, là, pour moi, c'est quand je veux écouter un chanteur, quand je veux écouter une œuvre, c'est les chanteurs auxquels je pense parce que je sais que c'est excitant, soit c'est touchant, bref, ils ont quelque chose qui me font triper. Ça veut pas nécessairement dire que c'est les meilleurs, mais ils me font triper. Alors, numéro 10, honnêtement, je vais passer vite les 5 à 10. Là. 6 à 10. 10, je ne savais pas trop. Là. Je pense que je vais mettre Mario Lanza parce que c'est une belle porte d'entrée. À l'opéra. Quelle magnifique voix. Là. C'est juste incroyable. La qualité des enregistrements qu'ils ont fait.
Non, puis il y a quelque chose de touchant aussi.
D'extrêmement touchant, d'extrêmement vrai. Pourtant, pour un gars qui n'a pas fait une carrière, disons, de chanteur d'opéra, vraiment.
So we have number 10, Mario Lanza.
Mario Lanza, oui. Ensuite, 10, Di Stefano.
So 9.
9, pardon. Je suis fatigué. Hein.
You're already lost. So 9 Di Stefano, all right, yeah.
Les chanteurs, on s'est compté jusqu'à 4. Hein. Certains jusqu'à 6, là, mais...
Les autres tempos après ça, là, c'est pas important.
C'est 4 plus.
C'est 4 plus, exact.
9, Di Stefano. Très naturel, encore une fois. Peut-être même un peu trop là, au niveau de la technique. Là. Il garde la voix claire, même très, très haut. Ouais. Je pense que des fois, ça lui nuit. Mais pour notre écoute, pour notre plaisir, c'est le fun. C'est excitant. Tu te dis, vas-tu y arriver? Puis oui, habituellement, il arrive.
So Di Stefano, number 9, because it's exciting and because he keeps his voice, like we were saying before. I was trying to explain this kind of geeky.
Très près de la voix, là, très près de parler.
Yeah, exactly. It's very near of the speaking voice. And so
c'est rare pour les ténors
really
parce qu'habituellement, les ténors, c'est très haut, fait qu'on modifie beaucoup les voyelles, mais lui, c'est comme une exception. Numéro 8, Neil Chikov.
Number 8.
Vraiment, quel chanteur incroyable, expressif. Écoute, je pourrais en parler longtemps, là, mais j'adore écouter Neil Chikov.
Did you put him on the list because you met him too?
Non, malheureusement. Je pense que j'ai rencontré personne de ma liste.
Really? Okay. That's fine.
Pas de name dropping ce soir.
Pas de name dropping. That's just for Sébastien.
Numéro 7, Nicolas Gueda.
Nicolas Gueda, yeah.
Ouais, c'est trippant. C'est une voix qui est capable de chanter très léger, mais il est capable aussi d'aller dans le répertoire. Dirons Rico Spinto, puis il se débrouille bien. J'aime beaucoup dans Don José. Son enregistrement avec Calas, en tout cas. Magnifique. Non, Gueda.
Okay. Gueda. That's number 7, no?
Ouais, numéro 7.
Okay.
Numéro 6, Gilly.
6, Gilly.
Gilly, ça aussi, c'est un chanteur encore plus qui peut chanter très doux, puis il peut sembler être un ténor lyrique léger, même par moments. Puis là, après ça, il ouvre la voix, là, puis ça devient grand. Là, c'est comme un gars qui contrôle son instrument, là, puis un interprète hors pair. Là, vraiment, j'adore. 5, Luciano Pavarotti.
Yeah.
5, quand même. Un peu comme je disais tantôt, parce que c'est indéniable, c'est un chanteur, c'est comme quasi parfait, là. Mais en même temps, c'est pas le premier que je vais écouter. Comme je disais, quand je veux écouter Pavarotti, je tape sur YouTube Pavarotti, puis c'est réglé.
Ouais.
Ensuite, Alfredo Kraus, numéro 4.
Number 4, Alfredo Kraus. That's a surprise to me.
Ouais.
Nobody has mentioned Alfredo Kraus till now, I guess.
Pourtant.
Mais c'est tellement différent, je trouve. Lui aussi, c'est unique, mais c'est unique dans sa technique vocale. C'est pas tant unique dans le thème de la voix, là, mais on dirait que sa voix est toujours enlignée là, exactement. Là. Il y a comme une ligne, Ça bouge pas, là. De bas en haut, là, c'est pareil. Puis
Ouais.
j'ai pu le voir comme, je dirais pas en direct parce que c'était pas lui, mais j'ai pu voir son élève chanter quand j'ai chanté à l'Opéra de Montréal dans Roméo et Juliette.
Yeah, that tenor was pretty good, actually. What's his name?
C'était Ismaël Jordi.
Yeah. Romeo and Juliet, hein?
Puis c'est ça, c'est un élève c'est un élève de Krauss. Puis
Yeah.
une espèce de voix, là, lui, il reste droit, il bouge pas, là, puis ça va de bas en haut, là, puis il y a comme rien qui se passe, là. Mais la voix est toujours brillante, est toujours pleine, c'est un peu étrange. Puis d'après moi, ça, c'est l'exemple de comment chanter sainement, là. C'est comme l'exemple parfait.
Yeah.
Je dis pas que c'est la façon d'avoir la plus belle voix, la plus dynamique, mais chanter parfaitement sainement. Parce que même Krauss, là, même assez âgé, t'as des enregistrements de lui là, qui chante à Mes Amis, puis il est vieux, là, puis c'est super bon.
Yeah.
T'as des enregistrements de lui qui chante à Bohème, c'est super bon, à genre 65-70 ans. C'est comme ça, pas de bon sens.
So what would you say about where was I going to go with this? About people that say it's nasal. Is it nasal?
Oui, mais en fait, c'est que tout est ouvert, tout en avant est ouvert, toutes les cavités. C'est pas que la voix, c'est pas qu'il pousse la voix vers en avant, c'est juste que toutes ces cavités nasales sont toutes ouvertes puis résonantes. Puis on dirait que c'est sa physionomie, ça fait que c'est ça qui apparaît. Une question de physionomie.
Okay, you think it's due to some people call nasality is really due to how his face is constructed, basically.
Oui, moi je pense que dans son cas, à lui, c'est ça. Ça peut être un défaut technique, mais dans son cas, je pense que c'est vraiment.
So Alfredo Kraus, number 4 for his great technique, basically at 86, singing.
Impressionnant.
Still.
Tu l'entends faire des contre-dos là, puis il bouge pas d'un cheveu. 3, ça c'est drôle parce que j'adore écouter ce chanteur-là. Giuseppe Giacomini.
Giacomini. This is the first Giacomini. I think. Yeah.
Lui, il est tough à mettre dans un top 10, je trouve, parce que c'est une voix d'une beauté incroyable. Là. Incroyable, puis c'est une voix bizarre aussi, tu sais, c'est une voix comment ce gars-là il fait pour chanter, genre ça.
Je dirais qu'il est très inconsistant. Des fois, c'est si tu écoutes son concert dans les années 90, où est-ce qu'il y a les lunettes, puis il chante Cello et Mar, puis Che la mi creda. Si tu n'as jamais entendu une voix comme ça, probablement la meilleure voix de ténor que tu as entendue live, mais avec les dernières années, disons, le wobble était très, très large.
Ouais, ben ça, c'est un de ses gros défauts. Puis honnêtement, son acting aussi, là, tu sais, je sais des fois en opéra, on en laisse beaucoup passer parce que c'est de l'opéra, puis on se dit, OK, ben la personne chante bien, fait que l'acting, c'est moins important. Puis on se dit, on est prêt à l'accepter, sauf que lui, dans son cas, c'était vraiment, je trouve que il était vraiment en bas de la moyenne, là, vraiment en bas de la moyenne.
Oui.
Ça a l'air d'être un gars extrêmement timide avec une voix. Puis moi, je trouve bizarre parce qu'il chante par exemple Spirito Gentil, qui sont des trucs comme plus légers. Puis il fait un contre-do ou contre-do dièse. Ça sort comme de nulle part. C'est un espèce de son super épais. Tu te dis, mais comment c'est possible?
Ben c'est ça. Moi, je le mets là dans ma liste à cause de l'instrument. Là,
But Hugo, actually, about that a little comment on the side. I remember our live La Cena Tête à Tête that we did at the beginning. I think you were the first La Cena Tête à Tête or something like that.
Yeah, I think.
And we were talking about you and your extension and how you can sing high notes too. And that you have this friend in the chat saying how Hugo, you must sing tenor. You're a tenor. You're such a tenor. And I think this kind of singer like Giacomini is where people get the wrong ideas, you see, because they hear this immense dark voice, and then they say, well, if Giacomini can do it, why another kind of lower baritone?
Non, c'est ça. Lui, c'est l'exception. Probablement qu'il n'y en aura jamais que des comme lui. Ça aurait été le seul de l'histoire à avoir un thème aussi dark, tu sais. Là, après ça, t'as des barytons qui ont les thèmes comme beaucoup plus légers. Mais c'est des barytons pareils, tu sais.
C'est ça, voilà.
Il y a une affaire aussi, c'est Giacomini, c'est parce qu'on écoute beaucoup la voix quand la personne a eu toute sa carrière derrière lui, là. Sauf
Ouais.
que si t'écoutes Giacomini quand il était jeune, ça ressemblait beaucoup à Del Monaco, qui est comme beaucoup plus léger quand on compare à lui, parce que lui,
Actually,
c'est-
yeah.
Mhm.
mais ça ressemble beaucoup à Del Monaco. Tu sais, fait que là, on voit tout le background qu'il y a en arrière, que c'était, tu sais, c'est vraiment un ténor,
Ah oui.
ce gars-là. Là.
Ouais.
Il a trouvé une façon de sombrir sa voix comme personne n'est capable. Mais faut vraiment comme comprendre le chemin qu'il a fait pour se rendre là, selon moi. Là.
C'est ça, ouais.
All right, so Giacomini number 3 because he has an amazing instrument, basically. So, all right, okay. Who's your top 2?
Franco Corelli.
There's goes Corelli again. He's gonna win this thing.
Y a-tu des prix? Il va-tu gagner quelque chose?
Yeah, we're gonna call his I don't know, 5th generation.
On a des vieux CD à envoyer.
Yeah, we're gonna send some. Actually, that would have been that would have been a great idea to give some gifts for people. But anyways, next time, the top 10 sopranos, we're gonna give some gifts away. Some La Scena CDs. We have some really good compilations actually. So, all right. So number 2, Corelli.
C'est ça, on a déjà parlé beaucoup. Écoute,
Yeah.
on pourrait en parler longtemps, mais c'est Corelli, là, c'est incroyable. Puis ce qui est cool aussi, c'est qu'il y a quand même une évolution dans la voix. Là, comme Giacomini, on disait. Corelli, même chose, mais lui, ça s'est passé assez rapidement. Là, mais il chantait vraiment du répertoire lyrique les premières années. Puis ça lui allait très bien. Moi, je l'ai toujours considéré comme la plupart de sa carrière comme plus un lyrico-spinto, mais qui avait la capacité de faire du spinto. Puis là, avec l'âge, il est comme devenu dramatique. Mais moi, je pense que c'est comme vraiment plus un... Dans ma tête, Corelli, c'est plus un lyrico-spinto dans sa carrière globale, qui est devenu comme spinto dramatique plus vers la fin. Là. Mais en tout cas, chanteur incroyable. La définition même du ténor, là, à mon avis. Là.
Ouais.
Comme on disait tantôt, t'as un ténor à nommer, là, c'est Corelli.
Ouais. All right.
Numéro 1, Del Monaco.
Del Monaco. Wow, number 1.
Ouais.
That's a bold choice. That's a bold choice.
Il est loin d'être parfait. Très loin d'être parfait. Mais c'est tellement trippant. Là. Puis chaque interprétation de lui, de chaque affaire, c'est toujours unique, c'est toujours différent. Tu sais jamais comment il va. C'est une bête là, de scène. Là. Il pisse des affaires à terre. Il est comme...
Écoute, je comprends moi pourquoi est-ce que ton cœur est allé vers là. Tu sais, c'est sûr que quand on met toutes les variables ensemble, ça devient débattable. Là, mais je peux comprendre pourquoi ton cœur s'en va là. Moi, de Monaco, je l'écoute souvent, là, très souvent. Là, puis,
moi aussi.
Ça, c'est le chanteur qui fait hérisser le poil. Là. C'est vraiment ça. Là.
Écoutez, è la solita storia del pastore.
Oh no, not that one where he tries to sing soft.
Oui. Oui, c'est la première fois de votre vie que vous l'aurez entendu chanter lui.
Mais c'est dans sa mauvaise époque, je dirais. Je dirais qu'il est vraiment à la maison à Andrea Chénier, Othello, toutes les affaires dramatiques.
Là, Adrien va me détester, mais Turandot, moi, je trouve qu'il est meilleur que Corelli dedans. Mais...
Non!
Il n'est pas d'accord
Par
avec moi.
rapport, Charles.
Ok, là, je me fais tirer des balles.
All right, so that's it. There was number 1 for Ugo Laporte's Mario del Monaco because of his impetus, his dramatic power, his dramatic presence and dramatic voice, dramatic everything, really. I think dramatic life too. I mean, the guy. You can find many actually interviews with him. He lived through some weird stuff, including sometimes during the war he was singing in a theater, and they started bombarding near the theater. And anyways, he tells the whole story there. I think it was Madame Butterfly. And it's just really the way he delivers, even when he speaks, the way he delivers is really like passionate and dramatic, So yeah, I think it really was part of his personality too. So I guess let's move on. I'm just gonna tell Brendan, the technician, we're gonna have to go longer, of course, because I'm even haven't done my own list. And I have some important lists here. Particularly, I have Gino Quilico, who gave me his personal list. So I would like to bring that on right away. So Gino Quilico, I'm going to read it really fast. and we're just gonna stop at the top actually. So we're gonna start number 10, Domingo, Francisco Araiza, number 8, John Vickers.
Araiza? Ah oui, tu l'as mis.
Francis-
Moi, je pensais le mettre. Puis
That's the Gino Quilico's list, huh? Baritone
okay.
from Quebec.
Okay.
Very famous baritone career, international career, and his father too, Louis Quilico, a great dramatic baritone as well from Quebec. Huh? He's still teaching around. I mean, it's incredible. So number 10, Domingo. Number 9, Araiza. Number 8, John Vickers. Number 7, Giuseppe Giacomini. Number 6, Nicola Gueda. Number 5, Kraus. Number 4, Alagna. Number 3, Carreras. Number 2, Neil Shikov. And number 1, who you think is number 1?
Starts with a P.
Yes, it's Pavarotti.
Yeah, sure.
And actually, you might have noticed that these are mostly modern tenors, because he told me, you know, I can put some historical tenors there, but I want to put people that I sang with and that I've heard live. And yeah, that's the reason for his list. And I mean, I don't think he could be objective about Pavarotti. Even, I mean, Pavarotti deserved the first place for sure. But I mean, he was really friends with Pavarotti. He told me, if you can find in La Scena Musicale website, I did an interview with him, with Gino, about Pavarotti, and I know he told me all kinds of stories that Pavarotti cooked pasta for him and sang him happy birthday, and you know, they really had a nice friendship, and so that's why I chose actually to play you this little excerpt of Gino Quilico singing with Pavarotti. O mi tu più non torni, the duet from La Bohème. So let's go right away, jump to that, please. Oh, that's beautiful. I don't know what. There's something about Pavarotti. It's just like it makes me cry, you know, or almost makes me cry. So that's lyric voice, you know. It's just like.
Ben, c'est parce que le gars, il a une technique parfaite, mais il y a comme quelque chose qui est resté naturel là-dedans. Puis ça, des fois, c'est quelque chose que les chanteurs, quand, à force de travailler, ils perdent ça, là. Puis lui, en tout cas, c'est juste mon opinion, là, mais je pense que. Je pense que c'est pour ça qu'il vient vraiment chercher les gens, ce qui est authentique dans sa voix.
C'était bien intégré, là. Il n'y a pas besoin de
penser. Non,
c'est comme un réflexe là, très profond. Là.
I agree with you, Charles, actually, and I mean, he would be my best friend too if I could sing in stage with him.
cuisiner pour toi, là.
Even if he wasn't, I would be like, "Oh, Pavarotti, you're my best friend. Look at my friend Pavarotti." And no, that's.
ça a l'air,
That's
But I
good
mean, no,
name
they were really
dropping.
friends.
That's name dropping I would like to do.
But I mean, incredible also by Gino Quilico. I mean, I invited him to the show. He couldn't be here. He was away actually, but he's open to talk to people. So I think it's really interesting to contact him. I mean, he always answers my questions, and I mean, he sang with all these people. Look, Domingo, Francisco Araiza, John Vickers, Giuseppe Giacomini, Gueda, Kraus, Alañas, Jose Carreras, Neil Shikov, and Pavarotti. I mean. It's crazy to have somebody that have share the stage with all those people. Some of them are not around anymore, unluckily. That's why I think it's it's really interesting to hear his perspective too about it. And yeah, so that was Pavarotti number 1 then for Gino. I don't know if we have a recap list for that, Brandon. Just let me. No, okay, no, he says. So, so no, we don't have a recap list for that. So we're gonna move on, and actually we're supposed to have my friend from Australia, Raphael Hodson, in this conversation also, but we misunderstood each other, and it just couldn't happen. So I'm gonna go through his list really fast. So he has 10 Francesco Merli, 9 Flaviano Labo, 8 Joseph Smith, Franco Bonisoli, Lauris Melchior, Del Monaco, Giuseppe Giacomini, 3rd, Corelli, 2nd, guess the 2nd one.
Caruso.
No.
Bocelli.
No. He's obsessed with Bocelli,
He's making more money than me.
No, he's making more money than anybody.
The other guy.
So second guy, second. Okay, so second for Raphael Helson was Jonas Kaufman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bold choice there.
Wow.
I think I know why. So and number first, Caruso, of course. So what do you think, Jonas Kaufman second?
Wow. C'est ça.
Non, je veux dire, j'aurais aimé ça qu'il soit là pour défendre son point.
Oui.
C'est ça.
Oui.
Yeah.
Intéressant.
I think there's a little bit sometimes with the lists. I've observed this with some people, not everybody, that they kind of idolize somebody that they think that they sound like a little bit. So in his case, I think he looks up to Kaufman, saying a lyric tenor that can actually have a darker voice, and he kind of identifies with that, and that's why he put it there. But that's it's really my theory, so I'm not gonna go farther with that. But
on respecte les choix des gens, puis c'est correct là.
Yeah, and two, it's difficult. What I was mentioning to Niels earlier in the program, it's difficult to see where we're gonna situate these newer tenors like Jonas Kaufman. In the future, when we think in 50 years, are we going to be talking Jonas Kaufman, are we going to be agreeing that he's a top 10 type of tenor, or maybe he would become one of the most influential because of film, or maybe there won't be more opera, who knows, So I mean, second, all right, I think about Kaufman, actually. I watched a video for him, and this is always impressive to me. He's with Papano in this video, and he's talking about crescendos and decrescendos and falsetto, and so he demonstrates at one point a falsetto to full voice phrase in the passaggio around F or G. I don't know what the note was. And I thought, wow, okay, no, this guy he knows what he's talking about, he could do that. If you can do that, you're a good singer, basically. That's, I don't know, if you can pass from falsetto to full voice, high note, I mean.
His mechanical aspect is pretty much perfect, I think. The mechanic of the larynx and all.
Yeah. Actually, I guess this is a topic for girls more, but do you actually think Jonas Kaufman is good looking? I don't think he's good looking.
Non, pas vraiment. Man.
Because I look at Franco Correa, okay, I say, okay, yeah, that's a good-looking guy. Come on.
Ouais, Clapton, il est bien correct.
Non, mais vous savez, un gars qui est vraiment beau, c'est James Franco.
Parce que lui, il pense qu'il est.
Elle est bonne. Elle est très bonne.
Anyways, but I guess he was marketed like that, and some people think Kaufman is really attractive. So I guess that's part of being a top tenor too, you know. So and the endurance too, great endurance. I mean, the guy sings I don't know how many performances every year, and he barely cancels, you know. Lately it has happened more, but I mean, in general, really good consistency there, and consistency in the tone of the voice. You don't have like sometimes I have never heard him sing a note too much differently than habitually, you know.
Yeah. It's very controlled.
So I guess okay, that was number one, and Caruso. That was number two for Rafael Hudson, and number one Caruso. I have here in the chat somebody, Dwayne Richardson, that works sometime for La Shena. He's a tenor too, and he told me, he wrote there his particular top 10. He said, you know, in general, what he listens to is Michael Spires, number one.
Oh,
yeah. Interessant, ouais.
Okay.
Leopold Simoneau, Rockwell Blake, Roberto Alaña, Michael Schade, Benjamin Butterfield, Mark Hervieux, Michael Colvin, Richard Margison, and Beth Hebner. I think he has a thing for Canadians.
I think he.
So a very local list, a very local in terms of Canadians. So very interesting, very interesting.
C'est fun d'entendre des noms qui viennent des noms qu'on n'a pas déjà mentionnés.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to talk about any of those singers I mentioned. Some people might not know actually Benjamin Butterfield.
I met him.
You met him? Oh, okay. You see, name dropping.
I met him at a program called Opera Nuova. Really incredible guy. Super funny, good teacher, like really funny. But I wanted to talk more specifically about Michael Spires.
Okay, yeah.
I think if you were to do like a top 10 modern tenor, I think this guy really brings the complete 19th century kind of tenor where he does like all the bel canto, but also he's transitioning now into, he's doing like works that we don't know, like Ferval from Vincent d'Indy, like things that you've never heard just because he can. So I think he's
le postillon de Longjumeau too.
Le postillon de Longjumeau aussi.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys were able to. Well, actually, an anecdote a little bit. I don't know. I met Michael Spires too, Sebastian. Actually, how do you like that?
Well, I'm jealous.
So I met Michael Spires, but it was mostly because I went to his concert. I was privileged enough to go there. I was with Olivier, by the way. Olivier here in the chat also. It was for Lanaudière. And he was in a little church here in Quebec. I don't know, in Lanaudière, and really it's like a private recital of this guy. And I said, well, let's see this guy. You know, like what is this? You know, like in a church for 50 people really were there.
Yeah.
And then he starts singing. I'm like, I look at Olivier like, what? And the guy really, what amazed me is like he's a vocal chameleon. Like he could sing like a baritone. You would think he's a baritone, really. Then he could sing like a light tenor. Then he could sing. It was really never seen a guy that can have so many different voices. He was like, this is another voice. Like he just changed his vocal cords for this piece, you know. And really a privilege to have watched that guy. Easy, high notes. And also a sense of the style. He knew what he has to emphasize, to put emphasis in the voice, in which repertoire. Like he sang some Verdi songs, and then he showed that baritone type of side, like very deep type of, very thick type of vocality. And then he sang something. What was the French piece?
La Damnation de Faust. Berlioz.
Berlioz. What's it, Berlioz?
It's Nature Immense from La Damnation de Faust de Berlioz. I heard about his concert.
Okay, you heard about this concert.
I know him. I don't.
So, and after that, I have a selfie somewhere in my Instagram actually with him. Very another story about the Spires. During this COVID-19, the guy was moaning loans. He said, you know what? Let's forget about opera for now." And then the last news I had was about Michael Spires. Tenor decides to go and find his find a job as cutting grass, during the COVID. So I mean, this guy is really like really down to earth, and but I mean, great technician, and you could know. I wish I could have talked more to him because he started mentioning some historical names. What was Garcia, and he studied that, and then the position. Rubini.
Il y a un commentaire, il parlait de tous ces grands techniciens du passé. Puis à un moment donné, il dit je vais essayer cette technique et on va l'analyser. Puis il commence à chanter comme ça. Puis il enregistre quelque chose, un album, pensant à cette technique. Après, il dit ouais, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe si on essaye comme Manuel Garcia? Et puis il essaye là-dedans et puis il enregistre autre chose comme ça.
Yeah.
C'était vraiment, comme disait Adrien, c'est vraiment un caméléon, ce gars-là. Tu sais, il chante un truc de Rossini qu'on se regardait, on disait, mais c'est quoi ce truc-là? Et puis c'était des aigus, et puis c'était des feux d'artifice, personne ne comprend rien.
Yeah.
Puis après,
really, he's like, okay, so he did actually 2 recitals, just to be clear, he did 2 recitals at La Naudière, and I'm talking about the one he did with piano. The other one I didn't go, but I went to this one, and I think I was lucky because I really 30 to 50 people maximum in this church. Yeah. And we hope to see him. Maybe they're gonna bring him back. I hope. Really, I would say he's in the top 10 tenors of nowadays, at least. Mm-hmm. I would be ready to say that actually. Really incredible. It's like to me, it makes me think. I'm into heavy metal too, mostly when I was younger, but still here a little bit. Makes me think of a guitar shredder. Like it's just like it's high. It's fast. It's the technique, and then the show off, and that's kind of the type of singer I think he is. So that's in a way very bel canto like, Mm-hmm. So Michael Spires, operatic, lives in 10. Okay, so Dwayne Richardson is helping us there to giving a little bit of a biography of Michael Spires in the comments. Thanks again for your comments. So I guess I'm having trouble to follow up here. So I guess I wanted to discuss another list by a baritone friend of mine. I'm sure a friend of some of you guys too, because he's a local, Marc-Antoine d'Aragon. He gave me his list. He's going to be here in the program discussing mostly. We're going to discuss mostly about the music business. So that don't miss out on that next Wednesday actually at 7. So he gave me his list. So I'll go fast here to okay, no, before that. Okay, so did I jump Raphael Hudson Caruso?
No, we talked about it.
We talked about it.
The list.
Yeah, no, it's not yet. Okay, no, okay, now I remember. Okay, so here he starts with Franco Corelli at 10, Marc-Antoine d'Aragon. And then we go down from Franco Corelli, Benjamino Gilli, John Vickers, Juan Diego Flores, Bergonzi, Bjorling, Domingo, Del Monaco, Wunderlich, and Pavarotti. I mean, pretty kind of normal type of list, what you would expect.
Mais non, mais c'est le premier à avoir mentionné Bergonzi.
True, Bergonzi!
C'est un très très bon chanteur. Il a eu de l'impact historiquement aussi parce qu'il a donné beaucoup de cours et tout ça. Fait que. Non, je suis surpris qu'il n'ait pas sorti plus souvent. Moi, j'avais pensé le mettre dans ma liste. C'est un chanteur que j'écoute énormément aussi. Là.
Yeah. Really known as the Verdian tenor by excellence, really. If you wanna know how to sing Verdi for a tenor, go and listen to Bergonzi and follow the score, and you see that he actually does everything that is written in the score, or at least 90% of it. So I think it's a very good point of reference for Verdi's operas. I like particularly his Macbeth. I know it's really a short part, but I mean I think he's great in it. And La Traviata also, when he was young, he did a really good Alfredo, I find. But it really I think any Verdi opera really Bergonzi is a good point of reference. And a comment actually by Marc-Antoine d'Aragon. So he said he would have put Caruso in the list, but he didn't because again the recording aspect of it. He says, "Oh well, the quality. I don't really listen to it because the qualities, you know." So having said that, I prepare a video about with Piotr Beksawa, the tenor, the modern tenor.
Yeah.
They decided to say,
I've met him.
You look at this guy. He met that too.
It's true.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Quelqu'un a porté un balai, là, il y a trop de noms à terre.
So actually, yeah. Now that you tell me, what you met him? What's the contest?
So he sang Louisa Miller at the Met, and there's a place where you can meet the artists because they have to go out there. So that's a little secret that.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that one.
I know that one.
And I just went and I talked to him. I was like, "Do you have any advice for a young tenor?" And just sang Louisa Miller, huge Verdi opera, and he sang incredibly, like probably an incredible live, the most incredible live performance I've heard from a tenor. It was like pitch perfect, every note, and he just told me for 10 minutes what he thought I should do.
10 minutes.
Oh, he had so much energy after the show.
Oh, ouais.
That was incredible.
Well, that's great. So listen. So going back to my story about Caruso and recording and Piotr Beksawa, you say, wow, what the hell? So basically, the Met decided with Piotr Beksawa and I forget the name of the pianist to say they went to a library that had an old phonograph and say, let's record you singing. Let's record Beksawa singing in a phonograph, recorded like Caruso used to be recorded. So and that video it's available here. So I'm gonna start with that video, and then we're gonna compare that to Caruso actually.
Yeah, I see the end. What was last?
I'm sorry about that. I think my technician missed the point. Actually, is that they were playing. They're gonna play back after that the part with
c'est ça, hein?
Yeah, so it goes. Yeah, the recording is on wax. It's a kind of a combination of wax and something else. But the point of the video was actually to show you how he sounds with the phonograph. So I'm gonna ask Brandon to please play the video again from where he left it. So please, if you can play the same video again, but from where we left it, so we can hear how he sounds with the phonograph. Yes, that was it. All right, great. So I don't know, any impressions about that actually? Hello.
C'est dur de s'écouter chanter comme ça puis de pas vouloir s'arracher les cheveux, là. Je le trouvais bon.
Really?
Puis il était comme avec un visage. Là, je m'écoute chanter.
Okay.
C'est bon.
Ah, moi, je trouve ça vraiment cool de voir la transformation de. Tu sais, on l'entend.
Oui.
Comment il sonne, comment on peut comprendre de manière plus claire comment il sonne pour vrai, ou ce qu'on peut comprendre. Et la transformation dans le phonographe, mais c'est incroyable, la transformation du son. Fait que, qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait voir de vrai de Caruso, de ce qu'on a,
Exactly.
aujourd'hui?
Yeah, actually, my observation was that actually, I don't know if you saw him too, and his observation actually is that he wasn't happy about the vibrato.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering actually how all those supposed singers, old singing school with Caprinos, which is a fast vibrato, how much of that is caused by the actual phonograph, you know? Yeah. And also to me, he sounded better in the phonograph. I'm sorry. He sounded like Caruso a little bit.
Ça approfondit la voix, je dirais.
Yeah, he puts a paste on the voice kind of thing. So I'm gonna ask now to Brendan, to our technician, to play now Una Furtiva Lacrima by Caruso and see, so you can hear really the comparison between these two tenors recorded in the same way. So there we go, that was Caruso. Actually, I'm changing my opinion, it doesn't sound like Vexao.
Non, mais on entend... Ben là, c'est sûr, ça dépend du répertoire que tu chantes, là, mais je trouvais que la voix de Caruso, c'était plus... Ben, petit, c'est pas le bon mot, c'est... plus délicat là, de la façon qu'il approchait la chanson. Là.
C'est dans sa période plus lyrique de Caruso, parce que Caruso a une période... Il a commencé comme un chanteur lyrique jusqu'à dramatique, puis sa voix s'est progressivement est devenue de plus en plus sombre.
Yeah.
Donc, ouais.
And actually, the recording like that, by hearing Vexao, that we know how the voice sounds, or at least we kind of know by the modern technology, and then hearing Caruso, and Caruso is known for having a dark voice, but maybe it wasn't the case so much, you know, because I hear Vexala like that, and I think he has quite a dark voice in the phonograph, and without it, not so much, you know. So it makes me really wonder to what point the recording is enhancing the you know, Caruso's low harmonics, you know.
We'll never know.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. So yeah, that's what I thought about that clip. So you know, we could discuss about that. And well, I guess I have to go to a very important list here before mine. I'm gonna have to leave some people out because it's kind of getting late here.
When
So,
I was saying 4 hours, that was a way of speaking. Not
Ben,
Yeah,
il reste une demi-heure, puis ça fait 4 heures.
yeah, so we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna make it in the 4 hours or something similar to
Yeah.
that. So I'm gonna read here the list that I share with everybody already there in the Facebook page. But anyways, the list from Wakun Chan, my boss and editor of La Scena Musicale. So some surprises here actually. So number 10, Vickers, then Del Monaco, Franz Volker, Gilli, Corelli, Pavarotti, Melchior, Wunderlich, Björling, and first Caruso.
Hey,
Okay.
I'm really impressed by Folke. No, seriously. Well, he's a Helden tenor, but also severely underrated. Incredibly beautiful lyric voice. He didn't sing Siegfried or Tristan, so the heavier Wagner. But what he did Eric in the Die Fliege der Holländer. He did the Tannhäuser, Siegmund. Just incredible singer to discover. I don't think he belongs on a top 10 though.
Okay.
Of all the tenors.
I think he was trying to throw in there a curveball a little bit.
Well, thank you. Thank you to your boss.
Did you know this tenor, Olivier or Charles, Franz Volker?
Non.
Non, moi, je connais
No,
pas.
this is yeah, I went to listen to him and pretty good actually, really great. And thanks Wakun for that discovery basically. So Wakun Chan, his list is 10 Vickers, then Del Monaco, Franz Volker, Benjamino Gilli, Franco Corelli, Luciano Pavarotti, Lauritz Melchior, Fritz Wunderlich, Jussi Björling, and Enrico Caruso.
The great list.
The great Caruso. So great list. Thanks a lot, Wakun, for that. I'm gonna take here a second to see how the chat is going because I haven't seen the people there for quite a bit. Okay, so the chat is good. It's going there, and I guess it's the moment now to share finally my list, my own personal list, and then we will share another list that I have there by Jeremy Domenico, another tenor that studied with us at UDEM. But first, I'm gonna share my list because I mean that's why I made the program. Really, I don't care about your lists.
I suspected so.
All right, so number 10. And I actually already I thought about that was a bad decision to put this, but anyways I'm not gonna change it. Is Georges Thill, the French tenor, considered also by many people like the greatest French tenor in history.
Why do you think it's a bad pick? I think you could make a solid case that he is unsurpassed in the French repertoire.
Yeah, I think you're right.
On a passé beaucoup par-dessus les ténors français parce qu'il y en a eu beaucoup des bons, puis on les a pas beaucoup mentionnés dans nos listes.
On pourrait faire un autre programme, les top 10 ténors français. On peut aller vraiment spécial.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I'll be calling you for that one. Yes.
Mais surtout pour les ténors allemands. Call me.
Yeah. So Olivier, what do you think about this?
Je pense qu'Olivier est plus là.
Ah, Olivier est plus là?
Il y a peut-être eu un problème technique, je sais pas.
So Olivier, I don't know, he had a...
Il va peut-être revenir.
He had a little technical problem. It doesn't matter. He can come back whenever he likes or wants. By the way, thanks to Hugo Laporte as well that he was he had to leave. I suspect it's something regarding the kids going to bed or something like that. So thanks to Hugo Laporte for showing up also. So I guess
de rester tard pour pas s'occuper de ses enfants pour parler de ténor là, c'est.
It seems very reasonable. It's a very reasonable thing to do. I think.
Non, je suis désolé chérie là, mais là on parlait de ténor là.
The Corelli.
Les enfants ils vont se coucher tout seuls.
But I mean, I think I would do it. So number 10, Georges Thill, French tenor. I mean,
okay.
You really wanted to hear good diction and good singing at the same time? listen to George Steele in French, because what I think sometimes happens with French opera, if people exaggerate the nasality. And that really bothers me. They don't say ah anymore. Everything is and I really don't agree. That's bad pronunciation at that point. Nasals are nasals and non-nasals are non-nasals.
Georges Steele studied with Fernando de Lucia, so he was taught the Italian way, and he transposed that into the French. So I think, and he's the last great French tenor of that school.
Yeah, so yes, that's why I guess he's in number 10. Moving on, I have Di Stefano in number 9, and Di Stefano is really, for me, he could be number 1 in a way, because I mean, there are moments where he just such a big heart, really, and his way of singing is really theatrical, because it really goes with the character. Sometimes, a lot of singers, they think about the technique and this has to be perfect. But Di Stefano can do perfect, but he will also go into the verista, into the true character, and give you some raw vocality, just because that's what is required at that point, And that's what I love about Di Stefano, always with the
Di
text.
Stefano, je trouve que c'est un ténor qui est comme vraiment even dans ses pas dans ses performances, mais dans qu'est-ce qui est bon, tu sais, dans le sens, il est bon vraiment touche à tout, tu sais, c'est vraiment rare je trouve des ténors qui vont être capables de chanter un peu de tout quand même bien là.
I think he kind of blew it up in the heavier repertoire.
I'm not gonna disagree with you. I kind of agree. I suspect Di Stefano. I suspect Di Stefano had some vocal issues at one point, and he just couldn't get it back. After that.
No, apparently there's a story of conductors saying, Di Stefano, you have to cover your passaggio, and he would like this, but he just never applied it from that story, because it's just so exciting to go like ah.
But I mean, I think, but he could, like, there's some instance where he did. So I don't know. I don't know if it was really, he wasn't feeling it that day to do it like that. I cannot know, and I cannot possibly know. Yeah. But yes, I'm 100% with you that his voice wasn't like a big like Spinto, and I mean rolls like Turandot, or he did Turandot. I think he did Turandot. He did. That's a bit too much, I guess, for him. But I mean, still, like, I cannot think of a better Lucia than with Di Stefano.
That's true.
So Di Stefano number 9, and by the way, I have a clip for Di Stefano, a very short clip that is surprising to some people, because he really had a good technique when he wanted. So Brandon, I'm going to ask you to please play this Di Stefano clip.
La presa dinamino sanata et
Alright, so I wish I could play more from Di Stefano, but I mean, that tells you a lot that he was capable
of. That's amazing. Yeah.
Diminuendo, that high note, by the way, is a high C. Normally, it's the highest note that a tenor sings. Normally, because some operas require high, but normally that's the standard, for a lyric tenor. And that's a diminuendo on a high C of Faust. not that known of an opera, but kind of. Okay, yeah.
A tiny opera.
Yeah, and also notice that thing, that diminuendo from full voice and salsero. That's one thing that I wanted to that he does really well. And the other thing is the French. Like it's a really good French.
I think he spoke French.
Yes, he spoke French, and I don't think a lot of people acknowledge that because they say, "Oh, Italian, what he knows about pronunciation." But I mean, if somebody just like George Steele, if somebody could differentiate the different vowels, is Di Stefano, and you can tell actually from here like an Italian with mistake would be when they says la présence. They will be presanze, la presanze. An Italian tenor would say la presanze, but he went and finished with that schwa presence. So I mean, great pronunciation in French. So watch Di Stefano in the French repertoire. I think he's really good there too. So that's my number 9. Then we go Corelli, number 8.
It's low. It's low.
Moi, je trouve qu'il est au bon spot, là.
So actually, I forgot to play a video for Corelli before, and yes, we have to play it. We haven't played Corelli, so I'm gonna please ask our technician guy to play the video clip from Corelli in Parma. This is this was supposed to be played for Raphael Hudson's list, but I think I stole it, and now we're gonna play it. It's from Tosca, and it's a concert live in Parma. So
c'est quelle année?
Corelli.
67.
Brendan. Oh man, what a great operatic
non,
moment.
t'as pas le droit, c'est pas légal de faire ça. Là.
Like Neil said,
oh my God.
You listen to Corelli and you're like, why am I doing this? it's already been done to perfection. Why are we attempting? They should ban Tosca after that. Like,
and that's actually, I think that's one of the, talking about tops, one of the top operatic moments ever. I mean, at least in recording, like the reaction for the public, and they continue. It was such an animal, like a feeling, you know, like.
Est-ce que ça c'est la version avec Carlos ou?
Yeah, I believe so. It was.
Ouais, je pense que c'est ça. Ouais, parce que là, après ça, man, ça, cet opéra-là, c'est fou, là. La foule était en délire, là. Carlos, quand on rentrait sur scène, là,
yes.
Les gens, là, ça applaudit, puis c'est comme, ah non, on n'est plus à l'opéra, là, c'est...
I kind of miss that kind of moment, you know, where people could just, like, burst into singing. But I mean, I understand, you know, it's time changes, but
C'était vraiment un party, là. C'était vraiment
ça,
là.
Biggest moment, one of the biggest moments in opera history. And that was, by the way, for people who don't know that little bit of music, that's a part Tosca, in the opera Tosca, by the end of the opera. So it's not really an aria, but it's like a whole scene where
c'est quand les plans du méchant ils se font tout
yeah, exactly, and Cavaradossi is gonna be torture and all this, so I mean yeah, and that was Franco Corelli.
Écrit victoire, hein?
Exactly. Vittoria, victoire, because he doesn't want to give up, you know. So I guess that's a number 10, 9, 8. Well, yeah, 8. Yeah, it's kind of low. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do, but Anyways, moving on. So I have a number 7, Björling.
OK.
And then I'm gonna continue on. I don't have any for Björling right now. Number 7, Björling. Number 6, Melchior.
Ah, OK, tu l'as mis.
Melchior, je l'ai mis. Laurits Melchior, Helen Tenor. Number 5, Domingo.
Number 5. Oh, that is pretty high.
5.
C'est très haut, ça, dans la liste, là.
I think you can defend that position.
I think the problem is Domingo had really like big influence. Like opera, even nowadays, wouldn't be the same, or who knows without Domingo.
To him, yeah, exactly. And if you listen to him in the Bing Gala in '72, that's an incredible.
Ah, that's incredible. So yes,
you can make a case for it. I think it's a bit high, but you could make a good.
Yeah, case. Actually, I have that in vinyl. Actually, it's amazing recording.
Ouais, non, mais actually, je trouve qu'il a fait beaucoup d'enregistrements qui étaient comme vraiment, mais moins bonne qualité.
Is there a soprano singing around?
Oh, that's my wife.
Ah, okay. Oh well, okay.
The poor neighbors.
Yeah, it's kind of. Well, you have very patient neighbors. But unlucky too, in a way too. But mostly patient. So number 5, Domingo. Number 4, Lauri Volpi. I think Olivier had him around the same place. I mean, nothing else to say of Lauri Volpi. A phenomenon, really a vocal phenomenon, capable of theatrical high notes and diminuendos and all that. And then we have, talking about diminuendos, we have Gilli, Beniamino Gilli. And I have a little little excerpt there for Gilli too. It's too bad that Olivier is not here, because he could translate this for people. I'm going to try with my kind of broken Italian to translate what he's saying. I kind of know what he's saying already.
Olivier a eu une panne de courant, c'est pour ça que...
Ah, okay, so Olivier had to leave us because... he doesn't have more electricity. Well, that's quite rare, but anyways, so we're gonna jump with that Gilli video. This is actually a part of a masterclass in Italian, but it's still, you're gonna get something from that.
Oh, Olivier est de retour.
Ah, Olivier's back?
Oui, il se connecte, son audio est pas encore là.
Okay, so we're gonna wait for Olivier to connect, and then we're gonna go to Gilli. Hi, Olivier, you're fine? You're alive? Can you hear us? Are you planet Earth?
Yep.
All right.
Are you a tenor?
Are you a tenor?
What's that?
Say yeah.
What's that? Okay.
So Olivier, we're in my number 3rd pick. So it's gonna be Gilli, and we're ready. I was just saying, I wish Olivier was here because he can translate this word by word what Benjamin Gilli is gonna be saying in this little masterclass that he was given. So let's run the video right away, Brendan.
Condizione per cantare bisogna ricordarsi il punto massimo, e cioè dove si deve appoggiare la voce, dove si deve prendere il respiro profondo, perché il canto è basato unicamente sul respiro, e il respiro bisogna farlo sul diaframma. Il diaframma ha una grande importanza. Dunque, ammettiamo che noi facciamo un respiro senza diaframma, vuol dire che lo facciamo sul fiato. Mamma, sì, mamma, lo vedo, lo vedo. Non è necessario il diaframma, perché vuol dire questo canto è appoggiato unicamente la voce sul respiro, sul fiato. ma quando io mi devo impegnare, allora è necessario, quando mi devo impegnare, è necessario trovare il diaframma per il sopporto sotto. E allora il respiro sarà più profondo e la frase sarà molto più larga.
Il fait exprès, ce gars-là. Là. Il fait exprès de pas parler fort. Il fait exprès de pas parler fort, puis après ça, tout d'un coup, il lâche la note aiguë. Là,
You think he's doing it on purpose?
Man, a little bit. Like, I mean, it's part of the show.
It's part of the show, yeah. So Olivier, can you? You're the Italian speaker here, I guess can you tell us a little bit what Benjamin is saying here?
Ben, c'est vraiment fou et paradoxal et même des trucs un peu bizarres parce que il dit la question est où supporter la voix. Il dit sur le diaphragme, la respiration c'est la base du chant. Puis il dit en fait le premier exemple c'est une respiration sans diaphragme, whatever ce que ça veut dire. Okay. Et l'autre c'est une respiration sur la voix. Et le deuxième, c'est une respiration engageant le diaphragme qui est plus profonde et qui permet de faire des phrases plus longues.
Okay.
Mais moi, ce que ça me dit tout simplement, c'est combien il engage son diaphragme. C'est comme des vitesses de voiture.
Ouais, c'est ça.
C'est ça ce qui me... Parce que l'explication est un peu incohérente même.
Yeah, so the explanation for those in English is that the first sound, he explained that this first sound is on the fiato, so it's on the breath. So he doesn't use the diaphragm as well. That's when he sang really softly like. And then when il se deve impegnare, he has to kind of labor for it, like make a bigger sound. Then he has to use more his diaphragm, and that's when he sings louder. So that's basically how he says he obtains the two voices. One is with the diaphragm and the other not with the diaphragm. But I mean, I don't know. So me, both sound like he's using his diaphragm because it's not like pure like empty falsetto, you know? It's not like Anna furtiva. You know, it's like he's still is sustained, you know? So I don't understand. I really don't understand.
Écoute, moi j'ai une théorie bizarre là. C'est que peut-être que c'était une voix qui était comme extrêmement légère, ce qui a permis d'aller chercher un certain appui dans ses notes aiguës, sauf qu'il a trouvé une façon d'aller chercher vraiment une articulation puissante dans les notes qu'on a besoin. Fait que c'est ça qui a permis de garder le volume là. C'est la façon que je peux voir qu'il est capable de garder autant d'appui dans les notes aussi hautes que ça. Ben, pas d'appui, mais de connexion avec sa voix de tête.
Yeah.
Pas que ça sonne trop exagéré, là, si on
veut. All right. Sebastian, any I don't know, any light into this puzzle of Gilly's ability to sing that soft and that loud?
Je pense que c'est seulement une voix de tête super développée. Puis c'est vraiment, il a étudié avec Cottoni, qui était un maître de la technique, un baryton qui était un maître de la technique de l'école italienne. Donc c'est vraiment une voix développée à son maximum. Donc je pense que c'est pour ça que, et je pense pas qu'il est conscient. Tu sais, des fois les chanteurs, quand on explique notre technique, c'est tellement personnel des fois que c'est vraiment difficile à dire. Puis mais il est pas dans ma liste parce que c'est pas une voix que, je veux dire, c'est incroyable ce qu'il fait, mais je pense qu'il y a plus d'excitation pour moi dans d'autres types de voix.
All right, I understand that. So yeah, I thought it would be, that made me think the way he was explaining the masterclass made me think a little bit like, like imagine him going to a pizza place, like hi,
hello.
Can I have a little margarita pizza, thank you?
Yeah.
And then they bring in the wrong pizza, and he's like, what the fuck? So, what happened to this very gentle little guy? You know, it's a kind of. cartoonish, even the way he's able to pass from one voice to another.
Ben, moi, ça me fait penser aussi à comment parle Lauri Volpi.
Yeah, the same impostazione, the same kind of.
Aussi.
Yes,
La
yes.
voix est haute et traitée déjà comme haute, presque prête pour chanter. Alagna, elle a ça aussi.
Yes, Alagna very much. Like he really, for Alagna when he speaks, I hear a lot of crying in his voice, like and then Domingo a little bit, but I think Domingo was phony about it. I think Alagna is really how he speaks. I think Domingo was just trying to keep his voice fresh, which is a little bit different, but it's the same, but it's a little bit different. So yeah, good remarks there. So okay, that's my number 3. Then I have second. I have my favorite singer really is Pavarotti. I have to say, I have to say my favorite is Pavarotti. But I put it number 2 because I mean Caruso is number 1 for me too. I mean, it has to be Caruso for all the reasons you said already. The recordings. I mean, he's the godfather of opera, really. That's how I see Caruso. And Pavarotti, my favorite because of his charisma, his vocal charisma. Because I think we think a lot about the personality. It's true that he had personality charisma, but voice charisma, there is a little bit. I think that's what he heard also in Di Stefano. You know, that true to the voice, that very Italian type of pronunciation. And really the voice is just beautiful, man. Like even he speaks and it's like, what? That voice is just the timbre of it, you know?
C'est comme le soleil.
It's I don't know, there's something very chaleureux, very warmth about him. And anyway, so I had to find a little bit of Pavarotti clip. It's basically to show you both the voice but also the charisma. So we can run that, and then we're gonna be back to really decide, try to make a consensus between us who are the top 10 tenors in the history. So here's Pavarotti. I don't know even what he's singing there. Maybe you can tell me after. So.
Luciano. Luciano, look. Hi, how are you? Hey, beauty. Very good, Lou. Stand here.
No, very
So that was Pavarotti in number 2. My favorite tenor, really, like I was saying before. And yeah, I showed that video. Basically, it's a very rare, like a homemade type of footage from the people that went to the concert. And it shows really the clown Pavarotti, you know, like having fun then with the public. If you actually could figure out, he was making as he was talking, but he was not, to the guy in the camera, like saying, doing faces, like. Yeah. So, anyways, and that's why he, I mean, that's why he's in the top 2. Basically, he was but I agree. Caruso is the godfather. That's where everything comes from. From the recording era. Now, I don't know if that would be the same story if we took all the tenors in history, but since we cannot hear them, well, we decided
Ouais,
not to
ça
go
serait un
there.
peu, ça serait un
Yeah,
peu
that's
phony,
kind
là.
of weird. But I would, I don't know. Actually, just 2 minutes of that. Who you think, like, if we, the whole history of opera?
Who is the best tenor?
Who could be, let's say?
Of like even if of the people we don't know.
Yeah, just by history.
I think
Moi,
it's
moi
it was
honnêtement, ouais, vas-y.
it was still would be Caruso. I think no, but first of all we can hear him, and secondly, he changed the game for tenors just like Farinelli changed the game for not for countertenors for castrato.
Castrati.
Like
Yeah.
he revolutionized so hard, and first you can hear him, and even the first-hand experience of people hearing him describe it as such an like people would cry just from him sing one phrase. So I think even if you can think of all the history, I think he could be like you could think he's top one.
Wow, that's crazy, actually.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So we
actually shout out talking about that too. Shout out to one of my favorite tenors that is alive still. It's Fisichella. He would really look at me with disdain if I didn't put him in the list. If he knew this, but I mean, I had to make some decisions here. But I acknowledge that he could be in the list, in my list as a favorite. Fisichella, you're probably my second. So it's Pavarotti and Fisichella, you know. But yes, going back to the history point. Yeah, Caruso, I don't know. I'm just because you're forgetting about I don't know Manuel Garcia and his method of singing and how much that influenced singers to come. It's a difficult subject. I kind of put you on the spot with that, but also you have a point because of the recordings. Yeah.
No, but even the what people were saying, it's comparable to what they were saying about Garcia and Rubini and Adolphe Nourri. It's also comparable to that. So not only do we have the recording, but he also changed the game. Like somebody that would change the game just like him would be Dupré for taking the chest voice even higher.
Yeah.
But Caruso, everybody tried to imitate him after that, and it's been more than 100 years, you know?
Yeah. I don't know if anybody else has something to add to that.
Moi, je trouve ça vraiment dur de dire comme dans toutes les chanteurs, c'est parce que là, on peut plus vraiment comparer comment est-ce que le chanteur chantait, tu sais. Fait que c'est comme ça n'a pas de sens de continuer de comparer le chanteur il est bon, le chanteur il est pas bon, parce que là on a juste des choses écrites sur papier qui disent ben il était bon, mais on sait pas là, tu sais.
Ben c'est ça, tu sais, peut-être que c'est pas intéressant. Et puis il parlait beaucoup les aigus avant Nourri, quand on prend Rubini, c'était plus falsetto. Fait que tu sais, en même temps, Adol, si on compare tout, est-ce que ça serait vraiment ce qui était écrit? Parce que tout ce qui était écrit sur ces chanteurs, il y a plein d'anecdotiques, il y a plein de... Tu sais, il y a des histoires sur Rubini qu'il chantait, on l'a insulté, et puis il est allé en duel, il a tué le gars, il est parti.
There's a lot of stories too, that we don't know. I think you have a point there. Listen, so I think before we decide who the top tenors of La Cena, or let's say of this special program are, I have a last list that I wanted to touch upon just very quickly. It's by Jeremy Domenico because it's really different. So he made me discover some names there, and he also put a number one, a tenor that I think he kind of deserved the number one in a way. We've discussed him before. So I wanted to show you why. So number 10 for Jeremy Domenico, he's a tenor too. So Jean-Paul Fouchecourt. Do you know?
That's a character tenor.
Okay, so that's number 10. Then you have Richard Margison, number 9, the Canadian tenor.
That's his teacher.
Yeah, that's a little bit like,
nice
come on.
He's going to get some extra lessons.
Extra points there, A+. But I mean, Richard Mason in his good time, he was quite good in he had his moment there and with in his career. Then you have 8 Jan Perron. I didn't know this tenor neither.
I'd like to make a correction. Fourchicourt is actually a very, very high tenor. He's not a character tenor.
Okay. So
he does a lot of the haute compte kind of stuff. So that's actually interesting.
Okay. So what I found out about Jean Perron particularly and Jean-Paul Fouché-Court, a lot of Baroque music basically.
Yeah.
So they are Baroque specialists. I'm not so much literate on Baroque, so I'm not gonna actually do any opinion about it because I haven't heard them that much. Then you have So then you have 7 Lawrence Brownlee, 6 Michael Spires, 5 I'm happy to see this Javier Camarena. Number 5 Camarena he has crazy high notes, man. That guy, like he can really sing those high notes. Tonio, my girlfriend was lucky enough to do a Met internship as a stage director, but as an intern, like observation kind of thing. And she was there in the rehearsals for La Fille de Regiment, and it was Javier Camarena, the tenor. And she was always sending me these hidden videos like, I filmed Camarena in the rehearsal. And I mean, the guy always on. She told me, whatever, 10 a.m., let's sing Mes Amis 10 times, let's do it. With the high note, with everything, the high. And he did actually, I think, is it a D flat also that it's optional? Yeah. So anyways. Or Javier Camarena, number 5 for one of the greatest tenors nowadays. Then you have Richard Verreau, number 4. Number 3, Juan Diego Flores. Number 2, Luciano Pavarotti. And number 1, Alfredo Kraus.
Wow, that's a bold statement, I would say.
Yeah, bold statement. I would say, I can't agree with that. There's no way that you can agree with that.
Non, mais...
But, I mean, is this list? Yes.
Yeah. Mais moi, je pourrais dire un truc. Si vous avez entendu les enregistrements de Klaus jeune, quand il a fait le film sur Gaillard et compagnie, il sonnait comme Lauri Volpi.
So I'm happy you mentioned that, Olivier, because that's the clip we're going to listen right now.
Ça, je ne savais pas. Hein.
And exactly, you didn't even know, and that's why I said I want to show this list because I want to show why Alfredo Kraus would be number 1. So it's Alfredo Kraus, and it's the list from Jeremy Domenico. So it's Kraus Domenico. This is for my assistant that is trying to find.
Cante ahora como lo hizo antes. Dicea.
Come
was Alfredo Kraus, and that was a little bit to show you why Jerome Domenico. I mean, I guess I don't know. I haven't asked if he's heard this clip, but I mean, Kraus.
If it's his number one, I hope.
Yeah, that's his number one, and I mean, that's the best I've heard Kraus singing, really.
J'en étais sûr que ça allait être ça, man.
It's crazy that type of squillo is a little reminiscent of Lauri Volpi, you know. It's like an electric, in-your-face type of thing. I don't know, and that was an E flat, I think, on the top. That note.
Quand même, hein? Quand même, hein?
And he did it like, oh, that's just a passing note. That's nothing to him. So yeah, that's the argument for Kraus, and also wanted to to say that I want to get a piano like this pianist that when he plays, it's actually an orchestra that plays. That's amazing to me too. So I don't know if you noticed that, but when the pianist was playing, it was actually an orchestra.
Yeah, in those movies where suddenly an orchestra just rolls.
But it's just the piano, you know.
Incredible pianist.
Yeah, incredible.
He brings the color of each note into an orchestra.
So guys, I mean, I think it's time. It's time now for us to determine what are the top 10 tenors. I saw that you were talking already on the Zoom, like, okay, let's cut it to 5 because we're not going to agree.
We're going to disagree the whole night, basically.
Let's try to get there in 20 minutes. So let's do 20 minutes of this discussion, and then we're out. I guess some of us have to sleep. Some of us have to work tomorrow. My back is killing me, by the way, at this point. But I'm ready to go for who are the top 10 tenors. Like the discussion about, you know, if we can agree on something. Maybe we won't, but let's try to do that exercise just for fun. I'm gonna ask actually our assistant here, Brandon, to share the list that we got from people. Some people I couldn't go through the list because we're missing time, but here you can look at some of the lists and actually. You can see.
Je pense que Caruso va aller en premier. Hein?
Ouais.
C'est sûr.
Yeah, a lot of Caruso. So a list I forgot to mention very quickly. Manrico Tedeschi, a tenor from. He lives in Montreal in Belleuil, something like that. Is in Belleuil, Charles?
C'est voyons. Là, parce que tu me le demandes, je m'en rappelle plus. Là.
Okay, anyways, near Montreal, and he had kind of his run of a career by 10 years in Italy mostly, and in Europe. And that was his list there. You can see it to the end there. An interesting name in his list that we didn't touch upon was mostly Aureliano Pertile, Tito Schipa, and Miguel Fleta. I mean...
plus vieux,
yeah, really good singers. I mean, they could be in the list, honestly, but I guess it's getting late to discuss them. But check them out. I mean, Aureliano Pertile, great tenor. Miguel Fleta, Tito Schipa, a kind of a light voice, but that I've heard that a lot of testimonials that his voice was carried very well. Like, yes,
he did the first Calaf in Turandot. It was supposed to be Lauri Volpi, but at the last second, Miguel Fleta.
Miguel Fleta. Okay, I was saying Tito Schipa. I can Miguel Fleta. Okay, yeah. But Tito Schipa, actually, people say, you know, you would be surprised because the testimonials are that his voice was bigger than you might think, you know, because when you hear it, it's kind of in the recording, it sounds like he's singing a falsetto, but it's kind of the same as Gilly, like you cannot tell, it's not real falsetto. So anyways, that's a discussion for another day, the falsetto versus full voice, I guess. So, having said that, I can see here in my computer already a lot of Caruso. Let's start by number 1. Actually.
Caruso, moi c'était mon deuxième, mais
Caruso, all around the board. Caruso, number 1. So, well, I'm glad that was easy. So,
and now the rest of the difficult.
And now the rest we don't know. We're gonna discuss for 3 more hours. So number 1, we have Caruso. So I don't know if you can write there, Brandon. Oh, nice. Yeah, so number 1, Caruso. There you go. Caruso is in the list of La Scena. If you want to see this list written, maybe I'm going to write an article about it really soon. So, yes, let's do that.
Faire des statistiques si tu veux.
I'll promise. I write an article on the top 10 tenors based on this program. So first, Caruso. Nothing more to say about Caruso. Like I'm getting Caruso fever here. So other than he was the most popular in number 1, I think people can recognize that he, you know.
I see a lot of Pavarotti for number 2.
Moi, je mettrais Pav en deuxième là, pour son impact dans le monde. Puis ça, c'est logique, sa capacité.
So Pavarotti number 2. What about who put number 2? I see Giacomini. I see Caruso. Okay, so what about like Gilli?
Gilli.
Not as important as
il n'y a pas eu
Pavarotti
tant d'impact historique, c'est ça comme
Gilli didn't have
not as much as Pavarotti.
Not as much.
Moi, je dirais Pavarotti.
My opinion. Parce que Pav, là, c'est comme tu dis, pense chanteur d'opéra, ben les gens vont penser à Pav, puis c'est devenu un cliché, là, ce gars-là. Là.
Okay, so Pavarotti. Well, me, I put Pavarotti first. Why won't you put him first?
Ah.
Nah,
don't make it
nega.
that it has to be.
So okay, I'm happy with that. Pavarotti number 2. So top 10 of La Scena of this program by La Scena because I mean
ça
La Scena.
commence à chauffer.
So yes, I think the top 2 were the easier. But now I look at my list and I started getting confused. You know, number 3.
You want to do a top 5? This is gonna be too hard for the top 10.
Let's try to let's see where we can get like. Okay. I have an alarm at 11:30, so at that point we're gonna say like, okay, we stop here.
I would say Corelli. That's my choice.
Corelli, top 3.
No.
Top 3.
Pour le troisième.
I would go Corelli.
Gilli.
Ma tête me dit Lauri Volpi, mais pas mon cœur. Hein.
Ok, ben ton cœur, c'est quoi ton cœur?
Mon cœur, ben Gilli.
Gilli. Okay. Number 3?
Numéro 3, Gilli.
So we have 3 Gilli, 1 Corelli.
Ouais, Gilli, Volpi, c'est comme un peu dans la même mentalité là, en termes de.
Ils avaient le même professeur.
C'est ça. Fait que non, ben c'est ça. Mais par contre, Gilli, lui, il vient vraiment me chercher, tandis que Volpi, c'est.
It's because Volpi has something like he's like a Ferrari. Like he's so exuberant that it kind of doesn't touch you in a way. I would say if I have to say something bad about Lauri Volpi, but I mean that's kind of stupid already. So we agreeing there? Caruso, Pavarotti, Gilli, not Corelli.
Numéro 4.
Corelli numéro 4.
Non.
Les autres sont pas chauds à l'idée. Mais vous avez tort, mais je vais parce qu'il est très tort, je vais être d'accord avec vous.
Moi, je mettrais de Monaco avant Corelli si on avait à choisir entre les deux, parce que je trouve que de Monaco, historiquement, il y a eu plus gros impact.
But what about Björling? Like, I'm surprised. First of all, a comment about this. A lot of people left Björling like kind of even out of the list. What kind of?
Ben, c'est parce que je pense que c'est vraiment une voix incroyable, mais ça manque d'excitation comme Del Monaco, les voix.
What do you mean? When he sings a B flat, that's exciting.
Non.
Ça, je suis pas d'accord. Björling, là, tu l'entends chanter Turandot, tu l'entends chanter des, tu sais comme, il est bon genre tellement à plein de places, puis moi je suis pas d'accord avec toi que c'est pas excitant là. Moi là, je trouve que Björling, il y a quelque chose qui.
C'est moins excitant qu'un Italien, je pense.
All right. What do you say, Olivier?
On pourrait dire Björling peut-être.
Ok, juste pour te contredire, Björling en 4e place. Hein.
Je serais prêt à mettre Björling.
Björling de toute façon pour moi, man.
C'est numéro 1.
Okay, but my question, is it Björling or is it Lauri Volpi?
Moi je dirais Björling avant Lauri Volpi.
Björling avant...
Ouais.
I cannot say no, so let's move on.
Numéro 5, c'est Mario Del Monaco parce qu'on avait plusieurs numéros 5 Del Monaco.
That's true. That's kind of true, but I just don't like his face. I'm telling you.
You don't have to look, man.
I'm gonna dream with his face looking at me.
Close your eyes and listen.
Del Monaco, let's go, man. Del Monaco.
But what about Larry Volpe
I don't
again?
like your face and we're still friends, so...
What about, but seriously, what about Larry Volpe for fifth? He came before, better technique, technique.
But Del Monaco had more impact. Every person tried to imitate Del Monaco after him.
Ben ça tu sais, puis honnêtement, moi j'aime mieux Del Monaco que Lauri Volpe, puis
moi aussi.
Sauf que c'est pas vrai qu'il y a,
More impact than Lauri Volpe.
Je pense que Lauri Volpe a un impact, mais plus in the background. Je veux dire, avec toutes ses études vocales puis tout ça, fait que je pense qu'il a affecté le monde de la musique, mais plus subtilement. Hein.
So none of you want Lauri Volpe en fifth?
Non. Moi, je veux Lauri Volpe à tout prix, mais je le mettrai en 6.
Okay, that's a good Okay, let's go. So Del Monaco 5.
Je serais pas à la compromettre.
You're ready to do that?
on est tous tellement fatigués qu'on va comprendre.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, okay.
Bocelli le prochain, Marc Hervieux après.
So Lauri Volpe, okay, Del Monaco, Lauri Volpe, 6, then 7.
Corelli. Hey, là, come on, les boys, là, ça fait pitié, là.
Je trouve que Melchior, il a eu plus d'impact historique, par contre.
Ben, non, parce que Corelli, je veux dire, ça a influencé tellement. Puis là, tu parles à quelqu'un qui idolâtre Melchior, mais je veux dire,
Corelli. Some people had Corelli first, hein?
Regarde ce que Melchior a fait pour tout le répertoire wagnérien versus ce que Corelli a fait pour le répertoire dramatique italien. Je trouve que la contribution de Melchior est plus grande versus son répertoire que Corelli à son répertoire.
Mais
I see more Corelli.
Je dirais Corelli, mais...
Let's see Niels. Niels didn't have Corelli in his list.
T'apportes un bon point, Charles. T'apportes un bon point, Charles, parce que j'allais dire, ouais, mais Corelli a été maître du répertoire italien pendant 15 ans. Ouais, mais Melchior pendant 30 ans de Wagner. Donc moi, j'irais Melchior pour numéro 8.
So I said, just so Sebastian can win one, I'm going to leave him his Corelli. I think, let's say Corelli and number 7.
Sans même Melchior en 8e.
Do you agree with that, Olivier? Just wait a second. Olivier, 7 for Corelli?
Yeah.
Are you happy? Yeah?
Et Melchior, en vous écoutant, je trouve qu'il a sa place. C'est logique qu'on inclue ce
it's true. Okay, let's go Melchior number 8.
Okay.
I don't think he knows how to write Melchior. He's looking for. C'est bon. That's good.
Un ténor que personne n'a mentionné, Paul Spot.
Paul Spot, the English tenor. I mean, he helped.
Guys, on n'a pas un anglais dans.
He helped to popularize opera.
Yeah, but guys, I want a career. I can't talk about people that are alive like that, guys.
No, let's leave poor Paul Potts alone. He's a good
pas
fella.
Un anglais d'Angleterre dans toute la liste, je crois.
Il chante correct, hein?
Okay, so number 9. So I think Sebastian is going to say, oh, Neil Chikov. I say no way.
I would not say for a top 10 general list.
Okay.
Domingo.
Domingo, hein?
Il y a beaucoup de Domingo en termes d'importance historique.
Let me see. Yeah, I see Marc-Antoine. Let me see where he with Domingo. I think he was high.
Domingo en 9e, là, c'est...
All right, let's go with Domingo 9. And Olivier is going to have a heart attack.
No, I want nothing. Non, mais il est important, mais pas dans ma liste. Dans ma liste,
numéro 10, Wunderlich.
Wunderlich. I can't disagree with that. But I like more Di Stefano, so that's my problem.
I vote Wunderlich. Là, c'est les deux autres là, qui décident.
Wunderlich a beaucoup contribué. On n'a pas de Mozart, on n'a pas de leader beaucoup. Ça serait logique de n'avoir un représentant parce que à un moment donné, il faut voir un peu qui a touché à quel répertoire puis couvrir un peu de tout. Là.
What about Mario Lanza then?
Vous voulez pas Wunderlich à la place de Domingo puis peut-être Mario Lanza numéro 10?
Wunderlich. No, the problem with Wunderlich is that he died young. That's my problem with him.
Ben Lanza, il est mort à 39 ans.
38 ans.
37,
Yeah, no,
c'est ça.
yeah, but he still did a little bit more than Wunderlich, you know. So that's, I mean, I know that kind
I would
of
go
sounds
for-
cruel,
I
sounds
would go with
cruel, but I mean,
Wunderlich. Charles, qu'est-ce que tu dirais?
Lanza, je sais pas. Top 10
Non,
de tous les
je
ténors,
mettrais pas
là, je trouve
Lanza,
que. Ben, tu sais, il a contribué, mais vocalement, même si c'était une belle voix, même si. Tu sais, ça reste quand même que c'est pas un ténor qui a fait de l'opéra. Puis c'est un peu ça qu'on regarde aussi
C'est
en
vrai.
ce moment-là. Fait que. Je pense que ça serait pas
Okay,
logique
look.
de mettre vraiment dans le top 10. Wunderlich, je comprends ce que tu veux dire, Adrien, c'est qu'il est pas assez développé. Faudrait voir si on a d'autres.
Yeah, you have to see like at 50 years old would have maintained his voice, you know, or
Ben, il y a
would have gone
Belconti.
crazy or
Belconti,
something.
on n'en parle pas beaucoup, puis j'ai même pas mis dans ma liste, mais à bien y repenser, Belconti, c'est un super chanteur, il a contribué au milieu, je pense que ce serait un candidat aussi, là.
Yeah, no, because you starting with you didn't put it on your list. I didn't put it on my list. Sebastian didn't put it on the list. Olivier didn't. So I mean, he was on only one list. So I mean, I kind of have to take that into consideration.
C'est dur, le 10e. Là,
I think we did it, guys. I think we did it.
So I think Wunderlich, and I would say let's share the 10th place. Wunderlich and Di Stefano.
Pourquoi on fait pas un choix populaire? On fait un vote. Un vote populaire pour la 10e place.
No, but it's your show, Adrian. I would agree with it.
I have to put Di Stefano, man.
Ouais, non, c'est sûr que Di Stefano.
Okay.
Okay, can we agree on that?
Yeah,
I can live with that. Tout ce qui est leader, mais il y a
All right.
en a fait un peu. Mais...
All right, guys. So I think I'm happy with this. I'm very happy with this.
All right.
And so let's read the list again for people. So from bottom to top. So Di Stefano and Wunderlich in the 10th place. These are La Scena tenors. Then Domingo 9, Melchior 8, Corelli 7, Lauri Volpi 6, Del Monaco 5, Bjorling 4, Gilli 3rd, Pavarotti 2nd, and Caruso 1st. That's the conclusion we got after 4 hours of deliberation. Thanks to the, I guess there are 5 people watching right now.
Thanks to our 5 audience members. and if you watch the whole thing from beginning to end, you win a special prize from La Scena Musicale because
5 millions de dollars.
Okay, if you watch the whole program, send me a message and I'll give you a free subscription to La Scena Musicale because
have a proof.
Yeah, you have a proof, huh? You have to take a photo or something, a selfie there or something. Anyways, but thanks to everybody for watching. That really wonderful program. I wish I could do this more. You know, really wonderful to have colleagues here to discuss. So here was Olivier Delaire, tenor, with us. Sébastien Comtois, tenor also. Then Charles Brocchiero. I'm Don Adriano. My real name is Adrian.
I'm not a singer.
Adrian Rodriguez. Yeah, you're not a tenor, so you basically don't exist. So no, I'm sorry. So it's just kidding. It's getting late. Baritone Charles Brocchiero, for those who... On le sait tous, il est connu dans la région. Et puis, on a eu aussi Niels. I'm trying to like my face here because it's so dark. Niels Brown, tenor, also came in the program. Hugo Laporte came around. He escaped his wife and his children to say hi and say his thoughts about what his top 10 is. Who else came in the program? Well, thanks to everybody who made the list for the program. Also, we're making a podcast with it, a double podcast. I'm going to divide it in 2 because I don't think anybody's going to put the 4 hours of it. So, anyways, let's read that list again for just a recap there. So we have, I don't have the La Scena tenors here. Okay, so if you look there, that's the conclusion after today. There at the right, La Scena. So we have Di Stefano Wunderlich in 10th, Domingo, Melchior, Corelli, Lauri Volpi del Monaco, Bjorling, Gilli Pavarotti, and first, the godfather of tenors, Caruso, Enrico Caruso. Any finally thoughts, guys?
I would gladly join again for a top 10 of the French tenor. Top 10. There's so many things to talk about tenors. It's
Yes.
a wonderful voice. Baritones, they're okay, but tenors, it's such a mystical beast.
I actually, Sebastián, I don't know if you follow this, but I was thinking of doing a program of the tenor high C. That's the topic.
Oh, that's very interesting. Get me on that too. I will talk for 4 hours again.
Okay, so I take that as a yes. Anyone else some final thoughts here to finish this wonderful program today?
Moi, je pense qu'un top 10 des barytons, là, faudrait que ça vienne là.
Yes, that's coming up, and you're the first in line to be invited, Charles. Don't worry.
Oh, nice.
So, Olivier, any thoughts?
Non, je pense que la liste est bonne. On a été raisonnable. On est allé dans...
Pas dans le temps, mais oui, c'est correct.
Hein?
Pas dans le temps.
Ben non, pas dans le temps, mais une discussion de ténor, c'est jamais à temps, là.
No, exactly. It's just like when the tenors sing with the orchestra. It's never on time.
Si tu montes dans des chœurs où sont les ténors, tout le monde sont perdus. Fait que...
So thanks everybody that was watching there and participating in the chat. Wonderful comments, and check it out for next Wednesday. I'll be interviewing baritone Marc-Antoine d'Aragon. We'll be talking about the business of music. He's a guy that has done so many things in the arts. He's always busy. Like, he did a book, he did a doctorate in singing. Then he sang also as a professional singer, many places, Opéra de Québec, etc. And he also now is like he did director for Orchestre de Champ McGill. I mean, this guy is like he makes me think a little bit of Charles. I don't know why, the same personality where, you know, they can do a little bit of everything and they are good at many things and they don't complicate their lives, you know. So a really wonderful conversation,
it's
guys.
Baritones.
Yeah, exactly. They are really pragmatical and yeah. So anyways, thanks guys again. Merci à tout le monde et bonsoir. Ça commence à être, ça c'était les 10 ténors de l'histoire de l'opéra, the top 10 tenors in the history of opera by La Scena Musicale. Don't take